Good morning and welcome to Stillbacks TV as day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Kent is about to get underway. Players, umpires making their way out to the middle stumps last night was the end to a very, very, very good evening for Kent. Having lost the toss, were asked to bat first. And Zach Crawley and Ben Compton are the two walking out in the middle. They're 154 for no loss after 36 overs. Zach Crawley's on 82, Ben Compton on 51. And Northants, whilst toiling away, unable to ask too many tough questions of the opening batters in some pretty good bowling conditions. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles here on Stillbacks TV. Great to have you along. Aaron, day 2 is starting on time. Does it get any better than this?
Well, first and foremost, Dan, good morning. Good morning to everybody tuning into Steelbacks TV from wherever in the country or indeed the world you're catching the action from. But yeah, completely agree. Isn't it wonderful to see the sun shining? We aren't covered by ominous grey looming cloud. It should be a terrific morning. Of course, the weather can change over the duration of the day's play. It is looking a little bit wetter, a little bit more threatening as the day progresses. But for this morning, we should be set for a very, very good first session here on day 2. And, well, for Kent, they'll be hoping to build on what was an excellent start. The visitors, 154 without loss. They couldn't really have got off to a better or more perfect start if they tried.
Absolutely right. Can they continue that perfect start here early on day 2? It's going to be Ben Sanderson with the new ball, or with the first over of the morning from the David Capel end. Zach Crawley's on strike. 2 slips and the gully in place for Northamptonshire. Zach Crawley, as I mentioned, on 82. And I think we were both incredibly impressed and both really enjoyed this innings of Zach Crawley so far.
Absolutely. Some of the shots that he was playing, the lovely languid lofted 6 down the ground against Chahal. He played a couple of booming cover drives, an exceptional straight drive as well. It was a real showcase of his repertoire with the bat in hand. But it wasn't just the shot selection. It was also the confidence. It was also the assertiveness. And most importantly, it was the control. He knew exactly when to leave.
And he started off with the leave, and he's played that shot down the ground past Ben Sanderson in perfect control. First runs of day 2 coming off the middle of Zach Crawley's cricket bat. He moves to 86. And you just feel, don't you, he's been in a lean patch. He has been in a lean patch. He got the 50 last week. Feels like there's a big score around the corner.
Completely agree. This is now his high score of the season, surpassing that 81 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors last week. So, yeah, it's an opportunity here for Zach Crawley to really shift through the gears and put together something massive.
It's been an excellent start. And the temperament at which he's gone about this innings. The strike rate is high, but you would expect that from Zach Crawley. That's the way he goes about his work. It's the way he goes about his business. But it's been clinical up till now. It's been chanceless for Zach Crawley up to this stage of the innings. And they have battled through that tough evening session yesterday. They're back out here at the Cinch County ground now with blue skies up above them for a period of time. Won't commit to saying for how long, but for a period of time, and it's good batting conditions. Nicely played, nicely bowled by Sanderson. They should look for 2. They will come back and comfortably complete that second. And Ben Sanderson, really and truly, from a Northamptonshire perspective, was a bit of a lone warrior yesterday. Wasn't really supported or backed up by his teammates with the ball in hand, whether that was Guthrie with the new ball or whether that was Chahal as a leg spinner in his spell. It needed somebody to take the fight with Ben Sanderson to Kent.
Absolutely agree. We spoke about the importance of bowling in tandem. We didn't see that from Kent yesterday evening, or Northampton, I should say, yesterday evening. Let's hope for better today. But just going back to the Crawley innings as well, it has been very chanceless so far. We haven't seen him go for anything really of too much width, unless it's been dragged back a little bit in the length and he's been able to almost ride the bounce, climb into it and play it out on the offside. It's been very disciplined. And as for Ben Compton, has played the perfect foil. As you can imagine, he is that style of gritty, tenacious operator with the bat in hand. So, no, they've come together very, very well.
And an imposing finish to the first over of the day. It's 160 for no loss. Compton now will be on strike on 51, Crawley on 88.
Appears as though it will be Liam Guthrie with the ball in hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end, the first from this side of the ground today. Massive thank you as well to the nearly 400 of you tuning in for the morning session here on day 2. If you haven't already, let us know where you are watching along from. Already seeing Brian in Brisbane and Kevin as well, morning from Daytona Beach yet again. Hope that you're having a wonderful time out in the States, Kevin. But yes, let us know whether you're tuning in from Northamptonshire, from Kent, or indeed further afield. Myself and Dan love having your company right here on Steelbacks TV.
Guthrie with the first over of the day from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and starts on the hip of Ben Compton. Quite happy to hand the responsibility back over to Zach Crawley now. 12 away from what would be a massive moment for Zach Crawley in his 2026 summer. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Wonderful to have so many people tuning in and from various far-flung corners of the globe. Daytona Beach firstly sounds very early in the morning at the moment, but also sounds like an excellent place to be tuning into Steelbacks TV and watching a bit of championship cricket. The offside, Crawley ticks off another one, moves to 89. Be hoping for a much better spell from Liam Guthrie this morning. Wasn't really able to ask the questions he would have wanted to have done with that new ball yesterday. But he's one of those bowlers, one of those cricketers that can get on a roll. We've seen it a couple of times in Guthrie's career here at Northamptonshire, where all of a sudden he's taken 3 or 4 quick wickets and bowled some of the best deliveries that you'll see. Luke Proctor will be desperately hoping he's got one of those up his sleeve in this opening spell. And that is close to off stump. Compton was the man that got a life. Got put down by McSweeney at 4th slip whilst he was just on 17. A couple of very good LBW shouts early on in that innings. But other than that, a very, very good performance from these two at the top.
Just speaking about the pitch as well, of course, because as we can see on the YouTube feed and, well, live here in the ground itself, there is that tinge of green. That's immediately apparent, but we didn't really see a ton of pace in the surface on day 1. If anything, it actually just slowed down and gripped at times.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to... Well, it's incredibly difficult to give it a good judging from 100 yards away and up in the commentary box, isn't it? But there is definitely a shade of green to it. I don't think the length of grass from this distance is particularly long. I think it's quite short, whilst it's got a nice kind of tinge of green to it. We obviously had an awful lot of rain yesterday morning and overnight and Wednesday as well, which may have then just had an impact on the ground and the square as a whole, and some of that water that's just got into the surface may have just taken a little bit of pace out of it, which could be part of it. Obviously, we did have a little bit of a delayed start, didn't we? Not because of the weather, but because the umpires weren't happy with that landing zone. So clearly there was a bit of, it's probably grease more than anything at this stage of the summer. It's not really like it doesn't get sodden, does it? It's almost the water just sits on the top of the ground where it's so hard.
It's slick.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely agree. The other thing as well is the outfield, of course. We still see those areas of more brown grass, but plenty of lushness as well. But we did see yesterday shots which in previous months, as we see the end of the over, Kent 162 without loss. They were having to run those 2s and 3s. Whereas if we were to almost rewind to a month ago, they would have been going for 4 all day, every day. So just something to almost observe over the duration, not only of today's play itself, but indeed the game over this weekend in what is a pivotal encounter between these two sides as the promotion race really heats up heading into Super September.
Super September. I enjoy that. You've been working on that all night, haven't you? Sanderson with a beauty. Carwyn Harrison very interested at second slip. That one there really did kiss off the surface from Sanderson. Got a bit of extra bounce. Encouraging signs from Ben Sanderson, and we've seen it so often. We've seen it for so long now for Northamptonshire. If there's a lock to be picked, Sanderson has the tools to do so.
The wily master, isn't he, Ben Sanderson?
What beauty again. Can he extract Zach Crawley from the Cinch County grounds? Those last two deliveries certainly given the Kent Opener just something extra to think about. Cloud has just drifted over the ground. Pretty gloomy out there now compared to what it was, well, just 9 minutes ago when we started. I think the weather forecast today, generally speaking, they've almost spread bet, really, the weather forecasters. All of the weather apps say something slightly different, but all of them will say that there is a chance of sunshine, cloud, and showers. Whether we get any of it, whether we get all of it, you'll be the first to find out here on Steelbacks TV. Either because you and I would have seen it, or because you'll see it yourself on the cameras.
Yeah. Well, we were speaking to Keith and Steve, two of the stewards here at the Cinch County ground before the day's play today, and they said, don't be surprised if you see all 4 seasons. It's just going to be one of those days.
One thing we saw yesterday was Lewis McManus up to the stumps to Ben Sanderson, with Zach Crawley batting out of his crease. Something that internationally, the England cricket team seemed to have come unstuck a little bit of late, particularly against Mohamed Abbas. And then it was Matt Henry, wasn't it, earlier on in the summer with Tom Blundell up to the stumps. Oh, big appeal, gone straight away. Umpire raises the finger immediately, and Ben Sanderson does get the breakthrough. 10 minutes into the morning, it's the dangerous, the exciting, the stylish Zach Crawley departs for his second first-class 50 of the 2026 summer, second in consecutive weeks, and he is removed early on for 89 LBW to Ben Sanderson.
Well, first and foremost, well batted, Zach Crawley. That was an absolute delight to watch, but fair play, full credit to Ben Sanderson. We spoke about it before, Dan. The man is a master with the Duke's ball in hands, and it was a really testing, a probing over as Zach Crawley gets applauded from the field of play. And let's face it, he did deserve some sort of reward. He was by far and away the best Northamptonshire bowler in that evening session. So a great start to the day. The partnership is finally broken. Yes, 162 for 1 Northants. Would have been hoping for more incisions, especially yesterday. But Ben Sanderson, their talisman, their leading wicket taker, number 46 on the season for the Sheffield-born seamer, has just given them a much-needed boost early doors.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And we were just talking about how if there was going to be a lock to unpick, it would have been Ben Sanderson that would have had the ability to go and do that. And Kent will know, despite of having an absolutely brilliant start, we spoke about Liam Guthrie potentially going on a bit of a roll here. We saw it earlier this season against Worcestershire. Ben Sanderson certainly possesses the ability to go on a roll and pick up a couple of wickets quite quickly here as Sam Northeast joins Ben Compton in the middle.
Well, how many times have we mentioned that extraordinary spell against Worcestershire? So the innings figures in that second innings were 7 for 31, but in the space of 29 deliveries, he took 6 for 7. Goodness gracious me, it is one of the most spellbinding, mesmerising, incredible displays of first-class bowling that you're probably likely to see. And yeah, as we said, it usually is Ben Sanderson, let's face it, the third leading wicket taker in Division 2 this season. Can he get the prized wickets of Sam Northeast?
3 slips, catching mid-wicket as well. Sam Northeast, the next man in the middle for the visitors, completes the end of the over. The breakthrough has happened. It's 162 for 1, and the wicket goes to Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, brilliant over that from Ben Sanderson. A couple more shout-outs as well to give here early doors on the morning session of day 2. Shout-out to Adam, who's tuning in from Iceland. A very good evening from Perth, says Robin Broughton. Stuart tuning in from the Dordogne. I think we've had Stuart on the broadcast quite a few times over the course of this season, so we hope you're having a fantastic day so far, Stuart. And also to Chase, who's actually from Leeds, but was tuning in as a Zach Crawley fan. Unfortunately, Zach's inning has come to an end, but still plenty to enjoy here at the Cinch County ground. Plenty of batting to come for Kent, and plenty more to come from the Northamptonshire.
Off the hip, Compton just continues to rotate that strike around. Of course, now that Zach Crawley has departed, you're very, very welcome to stay with us on Stillbacks TV. A lot of cricket to be played. Some exotic spots, though. Quite like the sound of a lot of those. Evening in Perth sounds great. A day in Iceland sounds exciting.
Yeah, I've never been. Unfortunately, it's one of those which...
Cricketing powerhouse, Iceland. One of the summer solstice games. We've missed it this year, but could be on your bingo card. Three slips for the new man. A good start for Liam Guthrie.
We've just been speaking about the strength of the Kent's batting unit. Sam Northeast, having him back has been an immense boost, hasn't it? 575 runs this season for the man born in Ashford. Former captain of the club as well, of course. 2015, that's when he was first given, well, the invisible armband. We don't have the armband, do we, in cricket compared to football, but was given the additional responsibility, then given the all-formats captaincy in 2016. And, of course, went on to make the move for Hampshire ahead of 2018. But very much a Kent man through and through. Product of the academy, made his senior debut for the side all the way back in 2007. Re-signed for the club from Glamorgan ahead of the 2026 season. And whenever we speak about Sam Northeast, Dan, I think one innings immediately springs to mind, doesn't it? Admittedly in a Glamorgan shirt, but that ridiculous 410 not out at Grace Road, that was, well, quite simply exceptional.
Yeah, it certainly was. Really, really special. She said, for Kent supporters, I will certainly think it's in the wrong playing shirt. Still a remarkable innings. We have got a little bit of rain at the moment. Umpires doing well here to keep the players out there in the middle, keep them going through it. It's pretty breezy out there, so I don't think if we get anything, it's going to hang around for too long. Bat and pad together. Quick single taken. But Northeast is off the mark at the end of that Guthrie over, and he will keep the strike. 164 for one.
For the time being, it is quite light, isn't it? It's almost a drizzle at this stage, but we do hope that the wind can blow it over to the other side of the ground itself, move this band of grey cloud from above the Cinch County ground. Yesterday as well, we saw a little bit of a stranger phenomenon, didn't we? We had the weather coming from the opposing direction to what we're usually used to.
Yeah, that was our two friends on the gate this morning, wasn't it? Telling us that we were definitely going to be in trouble because the wind was blowing the wrong way. Back to normal today, though. although that still might not save us. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's not talk about the weather all day. If we get some, we get some. If we don't, we're just going to enjoy this wonderful championship fixture. Sanderson to Northeast. It's the matchup, isn't it?
Good to see as well that every single game in the county championship is actually underway this morning. An early wicket has fallen at Edgbaston. As soon as I say that, there's been a ground delay in Cardiff, so 8 of the 9, typical. England, of course, underway at Lords as well.
Yeah, still going as well, aren't they? 259 for 9. Josh Tongue and Gus Atkinson in the middle, just twisting the sword, really, against Pakistan. I'm sure you watched the highlights yesterday evening, and my word, does it feel like England have been let off the hook significantly by Pakistan in that second test match. It's 77 for 4 when Harry Brook departed. And to be 259 for 9 at Lords, I mean, that's, given the context, it's like that's not a good first innings score, but at Lords, that's a very good first innings score.
And at one stage, it did appear as though they probably could have restricted England to sub 200.
Yeah, I think for a large part of it, you thought 150, 170 was going to be on the cards. Mohamed Abbas bowling beautifully. Not that that should be as any surprise to anybody that spent any time watching the county championship over the last, well, probably decade. 900 first-class wickets for Mohamed Abbas now. I don't believe he's graced either of Northamptonshire or Kent, but certainly has been around and represented a good handful of counties. But yeah.
Yeah, still remember watching him play for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
That was back in 2018.
Currently on the staff at Derbyshire, stint at Nottinghamshire as well. I think it's just those 4 even. I can't think of a 5th yet. Scoreboard ticks over once more. Compton gets a second, 165 for 1. Compton, the immovable force on strike. Nicely played, can't get it past Save, who's just a fairly deep gully there to save the one. They want to bowl at Sam Northeast, the new man, unsurprisingly. 41 overs have been bowled in the innings. It's 165 for 1.
I know we didn't really get opportunity to speak about Ben Compton's journey yesterday because, well, we were so absorbed by the action, weren't we? But it is ever such an interesting tale. So he was born in Durban, moved to the UK at the age of 19, played quite a lot of club cricket around the country. So he played for Wimbledon, he played for Sheen Park in Richmond, played for Richmond themselves between 2016 and 2019, then went on to play for Plumtree in Nottinghamshire and more recently Sevenoaks Vine in Kent itself. More on that after this ball from Guthrie.
Nicely played through point. Going to be a long chase for Save down towards the boundary rope. The ball is going to win. Sam Northeast gets his first boundary.
Yep, nice way to get off the mark for Sam Northeast. And when it came to county cricket, his first stint was with Nottinghamshire, but he also had a couple of second 11 games at Hampshire as well as Durham, but neither of those counties were willing to give him that opportunity. Nottinghamshire did. It didn't quite work out. We know the strength of their top order. Ever since he's moved to Kent, he has just been ever so dependable. Really, really good option.
Yeah, very reliable. comes back on strike. Just a real kind of classic old-fashioned first-class opener, isn't he?
Absolutely. And comes from ridiculously fine cricketing stock as well. You think he's the grandson of one of England's greatest ever in Dennis Compton. I mean, the man scored 5,807 test runs at above 50, which is quite good going. His dad, Patrick, played first-class cricket in South Africa for Natal. Also the cousin of Nick Compton, who used to play for England. And interestingly, of course, when it comes to Dennis Compton, didn't just play cricket, did he? Also played for Arsenal.
Multi-talented. Like those stories. Don't think there's going to be any chance at all going forward that anything like that is ever replicated again, do you?
No.
Outside of, say, the age groups and the pathways. 170 for one here. Sun is back out at the Cinch County grounds.
Or at least not to that extent, because we have seen players come from different sports. How many times we've mentioned on commentary the likes of A.B. de Villiers and Wayne Madsen playing field hockey. And then, of course, that translated into their batting in cricket. But, yeah, when it comes to two out-and-out sports careers taking place at the same time, especially with the increased opportunities now in winter cricket in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, yeah, I think that is very unlikely nowadays.
Cracking shot. Well stopped by Rothesay. There at cover point. It's been absolutely bludgeoned at him. Still no huge pace in this surface, though. Aaron doesn't look like the overnight rest has done it too many favours. Looks like just a good batting surface. End of another over, 170 to 1.
Well, just looking around the grounds, Dan, I don't think we've got any further updates to really talk about, especially not in the wickets department. Spoke about that wicket at Edgbaston. Didn't actually tell you who it was, but it was Hasib Hamid, who was dismissed by Oliver Hannon-Dorby. So the defending champion, 17 for 1 in that game in Birmingham. Aside from that, I don't think there have been any further wickets. No, there haven't been. Quite a few runs scored, though.
Sanderson just running the ball back into Northeast. It's a real plan they've got set up here for the Kent number 3, haven't they, with those 3 slips in place. But safe save in there at catching mid-wicket. Feels like plan A here for Northamptonshire. And Northeast plays that well, but just had to re-find his balance towards the end of the shot to make sure he didn't just chip it up in the air at Zabe. Sanderson on the money this morning. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7 for Sanderson before the start of this one. And Guthrie has backed him up this morning. 3 overs for 9. So it's been a much better start for Northamptonshire in this morning session than what it was yesterday. They have been able to just slow Kent down a fraction. Overnight, Kent were going along at over 4.5 runs and over. He's opening, well, the last 5 at least. They're just below 2.
The other thing as well, which was deeply frustrating for the bowlers yesterday, were the extras. 21 in those opening 30 odd overs. So yeah, they've definitely tightened things up early doors in the morning session. How they would love to get another wicket or two just to really put the pressure back on the visitors.
It's like changing the field for the hosts as they employ a short leg. Still with that catching mid-wicket, though. Sanderson really feels he's in the game here against Northeast. Flick through the leg sides. Beats both of the fielders. Chahal gives chase. I think he's going to have to give up because the ball will win. Northeast gets another boundary. Sanderson stands there just stroking his chin, just pondering about how things could have gone slightly differently for him. But it is a boundary, and it's one in the favour of Kent, Sam Northeast.
And it's brought about an immediate change of field as well. Yuzvendra Chahal has now stayed back on the boundary, just in front of deep square, so deep forward square leg is where the Indian overseas star is currently located. Also Liam Guthrie down at long leg. They're the two boundary fielders.
Sanderson bowling very, very straight as we get to the end of another over here at the Cinch County grounds. It's 174 for 1. Compton on 53 and Northeast on 11.
Well, just to give you an update as well from another big game taking place in Division 2. That one currently underway at the Riverside, where Durham, the league leaders, are playing host to Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 137 yesterday on the first day, and in response, Durham 143 for 3. David Beddingham, the South African overseas middle order bats, is closing in on yet another century, currently on 87, as Liam Guthrie has ball in hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Ben Compton to face up against the first delivery. Big appeal here for Guthrie, and it's given. Northamptonshire, in the opening 32 minutes on day 2, have removed both of the Kent openers, trapped leg before wickets, and that feels like a very big moment indeed. Ben Compton had a second life yesterday, dropped by McSweeney on 17. He will not get any further lives in this first innings. Kent 174 for 2 as Liam Guthrie gets his first wicket on the board.
Looked very, very good, didn't it, from Liam Guthrie? Very, very straight. Made a great sound into the front pad of Ben Compton. And he is dismissed. But not having scored a half century first and been part of that excellent opening partnership with Zach Crawley. But it has been a very, very good morning here for Northamptonshire. And not much doubt about that one, I would say. Liam Guthrie removes Ben Compton. Big, big moment.
Massive moment as Tawanda Muyeye strides out into the middle. The 25-year-old from Harare, a bit like Sam Northeast, has surpassed 500 runs for this season. Unlike his 36-year-old counterpart, or teammate, I should say, has only made 7 appearances of the opening 9 for the White Horse so far this season. But he is ever such a stylish cricketer. I must say, I love watching Tawanda Muyeye bat. Let's not forget as well, Dan, a former Wisden Schools Cricketer of the Year for 2020, which when you look at some of the recipients from that award over the years, the likes of Johnny Bairstow, Joss Butler, and of course his captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, it's quite the resume that he had heading into his time in the Southeast.
Yeah, very exciting cricketer, isn't he, Tawanda Muyeye? You corrected me yesterday after he scored that brilliant 179, and I called it 180-ish.
Well, here he is. First ball, drives it crisply square off the wickets, and that will race away for 4. No fielders positioned on the offside at all, really, on the boundary rope. The only figure being used, Vendra Chahal, down at long leg.
Nice way to get off the mark as well, as the sunshine comes back out. Here at Cinch County Ground in Northampton. Nice number of supporters in as well here on day 2.
Put away. And put away very well by Tawanda Muyeye. It's back-to-back boundaries, this time out towards deep backward square. And this is what we were talking about. It's the flair and the elegance that he possesses. A very aesthetically pleasing cricketer, to say the least.
Yeah, very stylish. Very, very good start. 8 off 2 balls. Guthrie, an absolute beauty to Compton to remove the Kent opener. And then that radar's just gone a little bit wayward once again.
Nice response by the Western Australian. Well, a bit like Compton earlier as well, Tawanda's got a really nice critting backstory. We can talk about that more throughout the duration of his innings. Guthrie follows up with yet another dot ball. Shorter, pulled away. And gone. He's fallen for the trap. Liam Guthrie has 2 wickets in the over. And that's another big one. Tawanda Muyeye kick-started his innings with back-to-back boundaries. But the Kent number 4 has to depart for just 8. After what was a terrific start, the platform laid by Crawley and Compton. Kent have lost 3 quick wickets in the morning session. The visitors 182 for 3 here in Northampton.
What a moment. What a moment. The trap was very much set, wasn't it, for Tawanda Muyeye? So rarely do we actually see those 2 fielders go out and bowler bowls to that plan. And then for the plan to go and work. A rare victory and win for the short ball tactic. I obviously felt that Muyeye was going to be quite stylish, quite aggressive with the way that he went about his work. Got a big top edge on it. It carried all the way down. The fielder down there was it Yuzvendra Chahal at long leg. Didn't have to move at all and completed what was a pretty simple catch.
Well, it has been a fantastic start with the ball here for Northamptonshire on day 2. The first bowling bonus point secured already as the Kent captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, joins Sam Northeast in the middle. Well, sadly, not going to have any more opportunities to talk about Tawanda's journey during his innings, but just to mention something which I did find very nice was actually the fact that when he moved to Eastbourne, there was quite a nice link to Kent, actually. So the head of cricket, or I should say one of the head coaches on the Eastbourne cricket programme, was Rob Furley, who used to play for Kent. And basically, Tawanda sent him an email. And he said, I've played in these matches where I scored 0-0, 124, 0 and 100. And Rob Furley, his first thought was, that's interesting. They don't usually tell me when they've scored a duck. So what he did, he looked at the attached video footage. He watched Tawanda bat and he said, yeah, you know what? This guy's good. It only took him 3 balls to determine that as well. And then, of course, the rest was history. Got a scholarship at Eastbourne College, and yeah, his stocks have risen progressively year after year since then. However, he won't play a further part in this first innings. Gone for 8 as Ben Sanderson has the ball in hand to continue his spell from the David Capel end. North East will be the man on strike. Still those slips very close. 3 in the cordon. It's North East troubled there, slightly squared up. A couple of appeals. I wouldn't say the most substantial appeals, admittedly, by McManus and Vasconcelos, but appeals nonetheless.
No, we saw some pretty good ones yesterday, didn't we, from the Northampton slip cordon. Always get a really good indicator to how interested the bowler is. That LBW shout. I mean, what a difference an evening makes. I don't think many people with the sunshine out here, having watched how Kent went about that evening's work yesterday, would have thought 3 quick wickets would have fallen at the start of day 2.
Absolutely not. But that is why we love first-class cricket. The fact is the ball does retain that extra degree of movement compared to the white ball that we see in the limited overs format. It keeps the bowlers interested for longer in the game. And it's a battle. It's a battle of concentration, of technique, knowing where your angles are, knowing where the fielders are. That's why it's such a captivating watch. Another slight appeal there by Ben Sanderson. Just from gut feeling, appeared to be drifting down the leg side. There has also been an early wicket at New Road. Lancashire 12 for 1 against Worcestershire. Tom Taylor, formerly of this parish, getting the wicket of Matty Hurst for 2. That one a huge game for Worcestershire. A lot of people would put them as maybe outsiders. They've still got a little bit of a chance, haven't they, in what is predominantly a 3-horse race. Worcestershire with a win could get back into the mix.
Certainly could. They've got Northamptonshire to play at New Road, haven't they, in the next couple of weeks? I don't know, but have they got, do they cross paths with Kent between now and the end of the year? So potentially if they're able to win those, or both of those games, and maybe one or both of these counties trip up over themselves or trip up over somebody else, then yeah, Worcestershire will be in and around, but it will require a few results going in their favour, won't it? Certainly in their hands, but it probably would require on both Kent and Northampton just to drop a couple of points somewhere in the run-in.
Well, it's funny you mention that because Kent's next opposition is Worcestershire at home, so that'll take place in round 12. As for round 13, well, it's Northamptonshire who make the journey to the West Midlands to take on the pairs at New Road. So again, if they were to pull something off this week against Lancashire, the weather does look a little bit inclement in the West Midlands over the weekend, but you never know. Again, stranger things have happened. You could get 4 days play at New Road, but yeah, these next 3 weeks are pivotal. A bit like this game as well. Sanderson wraps up the over with a dot ball. 45 have gone in this, the first innings. For Kent, the visitors are 182 for 3.
Yeah, massively important for both counties. We just hope that we're afforded enough time over the 4 days. We've obviously already lost 2 full sessions on day 1, and that time we won't be able to get that back. And the radar for the next couple of days, well, you never really know, do you? But it doesn't look great at the moment up here in Northampton. But Liam Guthrie has served up a couple of those deliveries through the course of his work, but he's also picked up a couple of very, very big and very, very quick wickets. Compton and Mayeye falling to Guthrie, but Bell Drummond, it is off the mark with a stylish shot through the offside.
Yep, nice little milestone for the season as well, because with that boundary, that is 500 runs for the county championship campaign for the Kent captain. Only has the 1 century plus and 1 half century plus score in this year's tournament. We would love to add to that tally. Let's not forget as well that this is a ground where he has got history. Who can forget that unbelievable, unbeaten 300? And I don't think we've actually had any trivia here on Steelbacks TV, but that is a nice opportunity to have our first bit for this encounter. In that game, Daniel Bell Drummond became the 3rd cricketer in Kent's history to score 300 in an innings in first-class cricket. More on that after this ball from Liam Guthrie. My question is, who are the other 2?
Get your answers in the YouTube comments.
Absolutely, please do.
Get involved. Get involved. I don't give the answers away just yet.
No, but we'll just
one name stands out massively, I think. But again, I couldn't tell you whether that particular cricketer went on and got a 100. I'm sure he probably did at some point in his career. Or I'd be surprised if he didn't. Have we got any eras that we could be used to kind of help dial some knowledge into? Because we could be going back at, well, give or take 100 years.
Admittedly, one of them is a lot older than the other. The other one still plays county cricket. He just doesn't play for Kent anymore. Oh. But there you go. Another reminder, maybe for those who didn't quite catch the question, our first bit of trivia here on Steelbacks TV. Who are the 3 cricketers to have scored a triple century for Kent County Cricket Club? We know one of them because he's out in the middle batting. Daniel Bell Drummond.
Answers on a postcard. Have we got any correct answers in yet? I see a wry smile. Somebody's got it right, haven't they?
Probably hear there some of the Northamptonshire fans asking for a little bit of attention from Yuzvendra Chahal. Very popular man, isn't he? It's North East again on the defence. Yeah, we've got quite a few correct.
Got a few
answers.
correct ones.
We have indeed. Just out of interest, Dan, who was your guess?
I mean, the modern one, or the one that's still playing, is split between Leaning and Cox.
Okay.
But I might be wrong on both accounts. Am I wrong on both accounts?
Unfortunately, yes.
I am wrong on both accounts. The other one that would stick out would probably be, and I could be really kind of coming up short of my knowledge, but would it be Colin Cowdrey? Would he have had a...
Now, Colin Cowdrey did score a career triple century, but it wasn't for Kent.
Right. Fair enough. So I'm 0 from 2 then. Well done to everybody that got it right in the comments.
Yeah, we got quite a few in the end. Mark, Siraj, Ian and TB. Yeah, the latest one prior to Daniel Bell-Drummond's was Sean Dixon, who scored that against Northamptonshire in Beckenham.
Good knowledge. Nice ground, Beckenham.
Lovely, lovely place. And as for the other one, admittedly a lot earlier, this was back in the 1930s, was Bill Ashdown, who I think actually holds the record for the highest score by a Kent cricketer. Or it must be, in fact, it has to be 334. That was against Essex in Brentwood. I think 1934 or 1933.
And are these facts that you had to prepare for this commentary stint, or was it just information that you're able to recite?
Sanderson oversteps, not for the first time in this innings, unfortunately. More extras added to the board. It's just one of those bits of trivia, especially for a Kent Northamptonshire game, because 2 of those have come against Northants.
Yeah, what would be your mastermind specialist subject? What would you go for?
That's a great question.
Because I don't think you would be able to go more niche than just county cricket, for example.
Huge shout here for Sanderson. He's gone on the Celebra appeal and he gets the decision. Sam North East trapped LBW. And Northamptonshire's seam bowlers are on fire in this opening hour on day 2. North East departs for 11. Kent now 188 for 4.
Absolutely brilliant by Sanderson. You can sense there's a bit of frustration, can't you, from Sanderson with that appeal, that celebration of that mini victory here against Sam North East. It really was the Celebra appeal. I mean, did he turn around to ask the umpire, or was it a full Celebra appeal on this one? Straight down, as out would be. Sam North East did his best to get outside the line of the stumps and look as unguilty as possible, but the umpire this time gave himself a little bit of thought, and another one departs. What a morning this has been. What a 52 minutes this has been for Northamptonshire. What a fight back it's been.
Absolutely. I imagine there probably would have been some honest words in the camp yesterday, especially given where the club are in the county championship table, very much in the battle for that second promotion spot. And by their own admission, they were disappointing yesterday. They just didn't find the right lines, the right lengths. It was erratic, for want of a better word. But so far this morning, we've seen a great bit of tandem bowling from Liam Guthrie. He's been more the strike weapon as such with his style of bowling. Sanderson has just kept it on that penny piece, just trying to hit the top of off, and the occasional ones coming back and jagging into the pads. And, well, that is a big moment. Sam North East out LBW for 11. So the next man in for Kent will be their leading run scorer on the season, Chris Benjamin, formerly of Warwickshire. 711 runs for the 27-year-old so far, averaging 50.78. It's been a decent campaign for Chris Benjamin.
It really has. Wonderful, wonderful cricketer. Someone so dangerous to have in at number 6 as well. So what would be your mastermind subjects as we get to the end of the over? Maybe county championship triple centurions since the turn of the century or something?
I don't know. I think I'd want to be a little bit more recent, to be honest. Maybe county cricket since 2010.
Okay.
It's a decent span, isn't it? 16 years and counting now.
Well, if anybody wants to take the role of the mastermind host in the YouTube comments and start firing some trivia questions through in the last 16 years, due to my co-commentator Aaron Viles, feel free to do so.
Well, here is Liam Guthrie from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Starts off well. No, again, there's just so many interesting tidbits about county cricket. There really are. That's what makes it so appealing to me. It's not just the fact that I love the game, absolutely adore the sport of cricket, but especially county cricket, some of the stories, the narratives. It's just a rich tapestry, really. And it's been an important part of the fabric of, well, England and Wales' sporting history. Slightly shorter, pulled away, well stopped in the end, half stopped. That's short mid-wickets. Will be 2 runs, but James Sales there has saved at least a couple.
Yeah, quick update from Lords. England have been bowled out in their first innings. All out for 290. Gus Atkinson, the last man to depart, caught it long off the bowling of Ali Usman for 45, and Josh Tongue remains not out on 30. So a first innings score of 290 for England in that second test match against Pakistan down at the home of cricket. And I would say that is a splendid place to be, given the start.
Yep, absolutely. That's not bad, is it, for the 3 Lions and a Crown? Slight shuffle in the field here for Liam Guthrie. James Sales has gone out to deep square leg. And George Bartlett has moved from the slips cordon to short mid-wickets. Long leg, the other fielder. Yuzvendra Chahalu took that catch to dismiss to Wandamuyeye. And in fact, George Bartlett may actually be going to more of a leg gully. Indeed he is. Interesting field, this.
Yeah, I assume this is kind of towards the end of Guthrie's spell here. A bit of flat out. Be testing out Earl Drummond on the shorter stuff, but immediately gets off strike.
Yeah, well negotiated, wasn't it, by Daniel Bell Drummond? Touched upon Ben Compton and his cricketing pedigree. DBD's dad also played national counties cricket for Dorset. Shout out to Percival. And as for Daniel, well, he's been at Kent's ever since he was 7. Was spotted during his time at Catford Wanderers. He's been at the club ever since. Down the leg side for no run. Been playing professional cricket for Kent ever since he was 17 years old. And someone who, again, this is another interesting topic of conversation, Dan, but in another timeline could have played international cricket.
Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond kind of fits the mould of so many cricketers that bats in that middle order.
Ooh. Off the inside edge of Chris Benjamin's bat.
Someone that's done so well in championship cricket for such a long period of time. But unfortunately for him and several others, there's been a certain Joseph Root that's been an immovable force. And I don't think it matters how good you are or how good you've been. That vacancy at number 4 for England has never become available, has it?
No. No, and in fairness, Joe Root is one of the game's greatest ever, really. Unbelievable talent. Bell Drummond on the defence again. Yeah, we've been lucky, we've been fortunate and very privileged to have seen Joe Root. Could go down as the leading test run scorer of all time as well, depending on how the next few years pan out. End of the over. 48 have been bowled. Kent 192 for 4. And all 4 of those wickets coming in this opening hour so far on day 2. Reminder as well, for those who haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel here on Steelbacks TV. Currently on 98,000 subscribers. We'd love to reach the big 100k milestone by the end of the campaign. We've got myself, Aaron Files, and Dan Jadzovics providing the commentary for all 4 days of this fixture, as well as 3 days next week of the Kent, or sorry, I should say the Northampton-Durham game. Here's Sanderson. Good delivery. First up, testing that channel for the right-handed Benjamin. Well, that game next week is a pretty important one, isn't it, for the Tudor Rose?
Yeah, it really is. Well, and for Durham as well. I mean, if Durham go on and secure a victory this weekend, which they're in a pretty good place to go and do so, they're probably only 1.5 victories away from, for all intents and purposes, securing promotion, aren't they? If of course, I mean, I don't think it would be mathematically the case, but likelihood would be, I mean, they're going to take an awful amount of catching, even after this weekend.
Well, they're certainly in the ascendancy, aren't they, in the northeast? Just to give you an update from the Riverside, Durham 185 for 3 now, leading Gloucestershire by 48 runs. Well struck by Chris Benjamin, almost ricochets off Sanderson.
Oh, ricochets is harsh.
Deflected, diverted.
Sanderson's dragged that around back towards the stumps now. And he almost looked disappointed with himself that he wasn't able to dislodge the bails and just make sure that Daniel Bell-Drummond was in his ground. Ricocheted. How dare you, Aaron?
Well, that would have been very cheeky, wouldn't it, from Sanderson? Slight change in the field as well. Yuzvendra Chahal is moved from square leg to deep square here against Chris Benjamin. Just to give an individual innings update, I should say, from the Riverside. David Beddingham has scored 100 from just 99 balls, 15 fours and 2 sixes for the South African. A certain Ben Stokes out there in the middle as well, 41 from 39. So an excellent start to that game by the league leaders.
Shall I get a quick overview ready?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we're an hour into day 2, aren't we now? Giving you an update of the test match where that first innings for England has come to an end on 290. Which I think both in agreement England would have taken, having been asked to bat first down at Lord's against Pakistan. We will start, well, let's start in Division 2. Let's start at Derby, where they are on. Getting towards 15 overs in the hour. Derbyshire are batting first. They've been asked to do so by Middlesex, and Derbyshire are 39 for 1. A very attritional start up at Derby. Then at Worcester, we're talking about attritional starts. As Sanderson beats the outside edge of Chris Benjamin. For the final time at the end of the over, Lancashire at New Road are 18 for 1 after 13.5 overs. So Worcestershire having a very, very good start at home. You've just gone through the Durham score, and we've obviously got this game here in front of us at the Cinch County Ground. Up in Division 1, Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. 15 overs into the day, 15 overs into the game. No play yesterday. Nottinghamshire are 47 for 2 against Warwickshire. Down on the south coast at Hove, Sussex having a very, very good start to the day. They are 148 for 2. They trailed by 54 against Somerset, having bowled Somerset out yesterday for 202. Ground delay up at Scarborough. So looking at that, did they get on this morning at Scarborough?
That's a very good question, actually.
144 for 5. Oh, there you go. If I read it, it would probably work, wouldn't it? No play before lunch. Lunch will be 1 o'clock. 144 for 5 Yorkshire. So obviously a bit of remnants of the weather that passed through overnight up on the North Yorkshire coast. James Sales into the attack to replace Liam Guthrie. A very, very good spell from Liam Guthrie this morning. Can James Sales back it up? Can they keep the pressure on? Down at Chelmsford, Surrey against Essex. Essex are 56 for 2 in response to Surrey's first innings score of 183 all out. Lancashire have just lost a second wicket. They're 18 for 2 now. As I scroll down through, rain at Cardiff, played to resume at 5 minutes past 12 or now. Glamorgan 112 for 7. They still trail Hampshire by 50 in their first innings, which rounds out all of the fixtures going on in the championship this weekend. Sales on those first couple of deliveries, backing up Liam Guthrie well.
It certainly is. Also have the substitute fielder out there in the shape of George Scrimshaw, wearing the number 98 shirt for Northampton's short mid-wickets. Very good afternoon as well to Luke, tuning in from Banbury. Excellent start from the Northants boys. Well, definitely has been. Really, really tidy stuff from the Seamers.
Nicely played. Off the back foot, on the tiptoes. That's probably going to make its way to the rope, isn't it? Luke Proctor in pursuit. He's very, very quick. Luke Proctor, quick enough, does incredibly well to haul that one in. And Bell Drummond completes the third.
Good work, that from Luke Proctor. Leading by example. Really hustled and haired after that ball. Important to maintain those standards, especially after what has been a first hour, which you'd say has almost been dominated by Northamptonshire.
Nicely played once again. I don't think anybody's going to give chase on that one. Scrimshaw will be the man to throw it back from the boundary boards. Sales drifting too straight into the pads of Benjamin. He's whipped through mid-wicket for 4. Kent move up to 198. No, it should be 199 for 4, I think. With Chris Benjamin still on strike on 5.
I must say I've lost count the amount of times I've seen that exact shot from Chris Benjamin over the years. Ever so strong through mid-wicket.
Good reply from Sales, just drags that length back. Still the 2 slips and the gully in place for Northamptonshire. It's like we might be getting into a period of a couple of clouds overhead as well. Shorter ball, mistimed by Benjamin. I think that is a nod to the maybe lack of pace off the surface here. And that mistimed pull shot does bring up the 200 for Kent. And Benjamin keeps the strike on 6.
Yep, overall still going at a decent run rate, aren't they? Exactly 4 runs per over here for the visiting side. They've got 2 of their in-form men, with Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, and Chris Benjamin. As for the rest of the batting lineup for Kent in this fixture, still have Ekansh Singh, the returning Grant Stewart, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Milnes, and we suspect rounding out the 11 in the batting department will be Matt Parkinson.
Still plenty of batting to come, isn't there? For Kent in this 11. Sanderson continues. Nicely played by Benjamin in front of square. And that again just highlights how much time the batters have out there in the middle. It was a bit of a drag down from Sanderson, who will be getting a little bit fatigued in this spell, which would be fair enough. This is his 8th over this morning. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13 from the David Capel end before the start of this over. Luke Proctor, I suspect, will be thinking, could you just bowl all day, Ben? Is that all right? Is the body, is the shoulder okay? Just to keep going. Is, of course, Yuzvendra Chahal in the lineup. Luke Proctor himself. Calvin Harrison, who bowled nicely last night. But you have to think that this will be getting towards the very end of this opening spell from Ben Sanderson. I would be quite surprised if there's one more after this one.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, with regards to the rotation here for Northamptonshire, who do you think will replace Ben Sanderson? Do you think it'll be the captain, Luke Proctor, or will it be back to the spin that we saw yesterday evening?
I think it'd be fair to say that Seam has definitely worked this morning. I don't necessarily think that would be the hottest take in county cricket history. So I would be quite surprised if it isn't Luke Proctor to replace Ben Sanderson when that change happens, just to continue that pressure through this morning session. Because clearly there has been a bit of assistance, hasn't there? And they have bowled considerably better, and Luke Proctor will be hoping that he can then go and do the same to back up the work from Sanderson Guthrie. And hope that obviously James Sales can back those guys up as well. Into the pad, it's too straight. If it doesn't work, I think they can make that change quite quickly. If it's a couple of overs from Sales and Proctor, if they're not able to keep that standard up or the pressure on, then they have got Chahal and Harrison, who I think actually Harrison probably bowled a bit better than Chahal yesterday.
Yeah, I think by the end, I think that's a fair statement. I think Chahal started off really well. His first couple of overs were going at 3s, but it was that big 6 from Zach Crawley, almost opened up the floodgates, didn't it, and just knocked his confidence a little bit.
Yeah, it was a glorious shot down the ground, wasn't it? By Zach Crawley. Really imposing figure at the crease. Looked effortless as well. Just picking the ball up and depositing it into the members. Really stylish shot. If you've not seen it, I would very, very much recommend you go and do so. 204, 205 for 4. Here as Bell Drummond gets back on strike. It's the end of a Sanderson over. Maybe the spell. Got an indication here as to whether Sanderson takes his leave of absence to go and have a little refresh and a sit down for a couple of minutes. But it is absolutely brilliant work from the veteran, the talisman seamer that is Ben Sanderson. I think that probably is the end of the spell. Taking the helmet off the field.
Yeah, going off for a very, very well-deserved rest is Ben Sanderson.
8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18 for Ben Sanderson this morning, or in this morning session, in fact. Sales then from the Lynn Wilson centre end, backed up by some boisterous support in the ground today, which is lovely to hear. Sales on the money.
Well, that leads me on to my next question. For yourself, Dan, and indeed for everybody tuning into the coverage, what would you say has been your favourite moment from the season so far? Because as we hear those familiar cries of Shoe Army, which rang out at Edgbaston on finals day when the Steelbacks lifted the trophy for the 3rd time.
Brilliant shot. Half stop by Chahal. Proctor back in chase mode. I think the ball's going to win this time. Chahal wasn't able to get enough on it. A really powerful punch down the ground by Benjamin. Excellent cricket shot. Best moments. I mean, how can you can't ignore the white ball success, can you? Here at the Cinch County Ground for the Steelbacks this summer. And I think it would be almost unfair to kind of highlight individual performances in that team, because everybody, or it felt as though everybody really chipped in, nicked and not carried. Well picked up by Vasconcelos. There's a 5-wicket haul for James Sales in the blast. That was exceptional. Chris Lynn rolling the years back here, again, exceptional. David Willey just leading the troops.
And that catch.
And that catch as well.
That catch as well.
Which was remarkable. Just a really, really well-rounded team performance for the Steelbacks earlier on this summer to get their hands on that trophy. As you say, become the joint most decorated side in T20 history. Oh, what a catch that is. Lewis McManus moving so well down the leg side. Benjamin's furious with himself. What an absolute superstar moment. He is mobbed by his teammates. An amazing piece of wicket keeping by Lewis McManus. A bit of a strangle for James Sales. But Kent now are 5 down for 209. And this has been an incredible morning session for the home team.
It really has been, and that is almost a microcosm of how things have gone for Northamptonshire in this opening hour and 15 minutes. They have taken every single chance that has come their way, and admittedly, this probably wasn't the dismissal that Northamptonshire were expecting. It certainly wasn't what the field was set up to, but Benjamin, he's lured into one down the leg side, just takes a little bit of the willow, and that is a stunning catch from Lewis McManus. He makes that look so effortless, so easy. Let me tell you, it certainly isn't. But yeah, they've had 5 chances. Of course, they've taken every single one of them. Absolutely fantastic morning from Northamptonshire so far. And they are making regular incisions into this Kent batting lineup. It is a deep lineup, as we've already suggested. But to have gone from 154 without loss to 209 for 5, Northamptonshire very much in the ascendancy.
Certainly are. It's been a huge fight back, isn't it? On a surface and a game that all looked quite benign yesterday. It really looked quite timid, quite tame. Don't want to take anything away from the absolute skill that was on show from Zach Crawley and Ben Compton last night, but I certainly didn't have 209 for 5 on my list of expectations here at the start of day 2. Northamptonshire have bowled exceptionally well. They fielded very well. And if you needed a moment just to put a little bit of a cherry on top of what's been a really good hour and 15 minutes for Northamptonshire, that catch by Lewis McManus down the leg side was world class. He's down the leg side once more. New man in for Kent then is Ekansh Singh. Joins Daniel Bow-Drummond in the middle. A little bit of a reshuffle then in the batting order, because I think Grant Stewart was carded to come in at number 7, wasn't it? As these grey clouds just drift over the county ground once again. End of another successful over for the hosts. 209 for 5.
Yeah, very highly touted player is Ekansh Singh. So both of us actually attended the Kent Media Day back in March down in Canterbury and spoke to Adam Hollyoake prior to the start of the season. And he earmarked about 4 or 5 players. Ekansh was one of them, alongside the likes of Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley. Ollie Curtis, another one who I must say has plenty of promise in the batting department. But Ekansh has just had a really promising season so far. Yes, the numbers aren't absolutely upper echelon. So it will be Luke Proctor to replace Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. You look at the batting, only averaging 23, and with the ball averaging 29. But he's chipped in with some really handy contributions. And let's not forget, he's still only 20. He's 20 years old. He's now getting regular game time in the county championship and indeed in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And I'll tell you what, he's got a very, very bright future ahead of him. I like what I've seen from Ekansh so far.
No ball from Proctor to start. Squared up Bow-Drummond though, so promising signs from the Northamptonshire skipper. Can he back up Ben Sanderson's opening spell of 8 overs, 2 for 18. Should pulled the 3 overs in the game so far. They were expensive. There's no way to dress them up in any other way. Conceded 17 runs yesterday afternoon, but did take himself out of the attack quite quickly to bring in Chahal when he knew it wasn't working. But the standard's been set. The standard's been set. The momentum's going in favour of Northamptonshire here. And it's the responsibility of the captain to carry that going through till lunch. We'll have an extended morning session, won't we, through till, I think, 1:15, with an attempt to make up those extra overs. We should have a minimum of 104 in the day, if my
that's correct.
Understanding works correctly. 2 slips in for Proctor. Slightly more defensive and uppish drive off the back foot by Bell Drummond. Can't get it past McSweeney.
It's probably been a strange half an hour or so for Daniel Bell Drummond. He's had a few partners come and go. Just very solid, very resolute in the middle. Got off the mark in terrific style as well.
Yeah, I think what's remarkable, he's only faced about 15, 16 balls. And he's been out there, according to this, he's been out there for nearly 45 minutes. He has been a spectator, really, for the most part of this. I don't think that's been a plan for Northamptonshire. I think that's just happened. I think cricket's just occurred, and Daniel Bell Drummond spent a lot of time at the non-strikers end. That can happen, can't it? But he will feel as though he's still just starting his innings. He's not been able to get going. And it must be, we can all talk, can't we, from an amateur's perspective with regards to this game that we love and that we still play on Saturdays and Sundays and whenever we can. But to be stood at the non-strikers end watching your teammates almost get removed one by one must be challenging. To have been out there for 45 minutes and feel like you've not faced the ball must also be challenging. There will also be a look around and you'll be thinking, it's pretty gloomy. I mean, is there going to be a rain shower coming our way? Are we going to head off in a minute? 40 minutes to go till lunch. That's something else to think about. There's so many things to work through mentally. Nicely played. Uses the pace, runs it down through the offside. And we'll pick up 4. Calvin Harrison will just toss the ball back in, end of the over. Bell Drummond moves to 14, 215 for 5.
Yeah, definitely played that one intentionally, didn't he, Daniel Bell Drummond? But yeah, just going back to that previous question, do let us know in the YouTube live stream. Myself and Dan love the interactions. Let us know your favourite Northamptonshire moment from the season, or indeed your favourite Kent moment, or just your overall favourite county
have you got
championship
one here at the Cinch County Ground in 2026?
It's got to be that Ben Sanderson spell. It just has to be. And we are going off for rain. Unfortunately, the weather has turned here in Northampton. We spoke about the gloomy, ominous clouds, and, well, the heavens have opened. So we shall take a break here on Steelbacks TV. And currently, Kents are 215 for 5. Daniel Bell Drummond on 14. Ekansh Singh, the 20-year-old all-rounder, alongside him. Unfortunately, we will be off then for at least a while. And when we return, we'll give you all the updates as and when play resumes here at the Cinch County Ground. Well, welcome back to our coverage here on Steelbacks TV after what must be one of the shortest and fastest rain delays in the history of the Rothesay County Championship. The heavens did open. We could see plenty of specks of rain on the glass here in the commentary box, but it appears to have actually died down a bit. So, yeah, thankfully the delay wasn't too long in the end. The umpire's happy for play to resume. And the two Kent batters, alongside the rest of the Northamptonshire fielders, are now back out. So I'm not sure what to make of that, Dan. That was rapid.
That was all quite rushed and quite panicked, wasn't it, really? I think out of nowhere, we both looked up and saw the players and the umpires almost sprinting off the field. So it must have been a fairly torrential downpour for what can only have been about 30 seconds. It's threatened all morning, hasn't it? These little showers have threatened all morning. And by the time the umpires had got together and kind of left the square, it was a case of going, well, I think it stopped raining over this side of the ground. Ironically, it was still raining where we were, outside the commentary box door, but looks like we're back and ready to go again. And it'll be James Sales with ball in hand. The covers will be the bit that we're just waiting for now to make sure that they are stored and stationed off the playing surface. So as soon as they cross the boundary rope, we will be good to go. But don't be surprised if we get a couple more of those moments as this day goes on. Underway, James Sales. Ekansh Singh yet to get off the mark on the leg side from Sales. That's kind of everything really that Northamptonshire would have wanted, and absolutely nothing there that Kent would have wanted.
No, it's completely broke the focus and the concentration. We've had uninterrupted play up until that point, and that really was an incredibly short delay. Felt like about a minute or two, and then we're back underway. So, yeah, now the sun's beginning to peer through.
It really was bizarre. Singh gets away, tickled down the leg side. James Sales, you'd say, hasn't quite nailed it in this spell. But Singh gets away, another boundary, a welcome boundary for Kent. Yeah, it would have broken the concentration. Would have been confusion. It would have been, I don't necessarily know whether panic would have been the right word, but it would have been a bit of, well, this is a bit weird. Why have we, now we're coming back out, we've gone off. Maybe that bit of rain has just caused that top surface of the wickets to get a bit slicker. Ooh, and that one really does keep low. Well stopped, well worn by Lewis McManus. So yeah, a short period, probably a handy advantage for Northamptonshire.
It's one of those where Sales needs to be on the money, though. Got to put it in the right areas, try and capitalise on what was a very, very short delay. I've also got another update from New Road, where Lancashire are 30 for 3 in the 20th over. The latest wicket to fall, that of Marcus Harris, caught and bowled by Bayer Swanepoel for 4. So Worcestershire well and truly on top.
Nicely played, call of 2. George Bartlett will keep it down to just 2. Yeah, they will be one of the counties that, or not that a draw really helps Lancashire at all, does it? But looking at that forecast over the weekend, I don't think they'll be too upset if they lose significant amount of play for the remainder of that game over at New Road. Really, really tough season for Lancashire. End of the over, 221 for 5. Proctor will continue from the David Capel end.
There has been a wicket at Lords. Pakistan are now 6 for 1. So that is an excellent start for England in that one. We'll, of course, keep you posted and updated as best as we can.
Beautifully bowled, running back into the pads of Bell Drummond. Who got the wicket? Who's the man out?
So it was Jofra Archer and Shan Masood. He's the man who's out for 1 run from 11 deliveries faced.
So Imam ul Haq's not opened the batting in this first innings, and Shan Masood has. Interesting.
I'd say so.
I would say so. Jofra Archer. I mean, what a seam bowling quartet England have got together at the moment. Robinson, Archer, Tongue and Atkinson. Incredibly exciting. There was a video that the ECB or England posted the other day, and it was Ollie Robinson bowling to Ben Duckett and Harry Brook in the nets at Lords. And I don't think Ben Duckett or Harry Brook got near one. It was moving miles. Such a skillful operator, Ollie Robinson. .221 for 5. And somebody that you'd think, really, for England perspective, that missed out on over the last couple of years for one reason or another.
Well, how many times have we seen it in the county championship, just causing absolute chaos and carnage, especially with that newer ball. Someone as well who was born in Kent. Let's not forget that.
I've been reliably informed Imam ul Haq has a calf strain, which is why he's not opened the batting. No ball once again from the David Capel end. So both now, Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson, just struggling with that front line. Extra couple of runs for Kent in this first innings. We're now just about under bright blue skies and sunshine again. Who'd be a weather forecaster, Aaron? Who'd do it?
Especially in England.
Wow, precisely. Great stop. Great stop by James Sales. Like watching a young Jordan Pickford turn the ball around the post.
Yeah, lovely ball knowledge there, Dan.
Well, I aimed for the England goalkeeper. Shoot high. Nicely played by Bell Drummond. Can't get it past the man at mid-on, end of the over. 223 for 5.
Yeah, it is astonishing, isn't it? Just how quickly the weather can change. We're now beginning to get bathed in sunshine here in the East Midlands. Just looking around the grounds as well, I don't believe there have been any further wickets in Division 2. As for that game up in the northeast, Durham, in fact, they have just lost one. As soon as we mention that, Graham Clark has been dismissed for 8 by Mitch Colleen. The loanee from Essex has got the wickets of Clark. So Durham now 211 for 5. As for the first time here on day 2, we'll see a little bit of wrist spin, courtesy of the wily Yuzvendra Chahal. Went wicketless yesterday, none for 30 from his ace overs. Myself and Dan spoke about it earlier, began that evening session really, really well. Just got a little bit of treatment from Zach Crawley as the session itself progressed. So can he start to deliver right from the off here? Looks like he's going to have a short leg, slip in play, along with backward points, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wickets, deep backward square and deep cover. Gets Ekansh Singh on the defensive first up. Chahal, an immensely popular figure, not only here in Northampton, but indeed down in the southeast. Saw a lovely moment yesterday. We had some nice interactions with the likes of Daniel Bell-Drummond, a few of the Kent backroom staff as well. Someone who made an instant impact during his time in Canterbury. Also had that instant impact on his Northamptonshire debut, albeit in white ball cricket. Got 5 for 14 on his one-day cup debut against Kent. That was in 2024. Opting to go a little bit flatter with his trajectory compared to yesterday. Was prepared to give Zach Crawley and Ben Compton plenty of flight, took all the pace off the ball. So Ekansh Singh just mixing up the pace so far. Targeting those pads, bringing LBW and Bold very much into play. What a pleasure it is to see Yuzvendra Chahal, a maestro when it comes to the art of leg spin bowling. Singh goes on the sweep, sweeps it fine. There's protection down there, so will just be 2. More runs to add to Singh's budding collection. He moves up to 8 and the score on to 225 for 5. Something else that's myself and Dan like to do here on the coverage as well is give some shout outs to local sides. If you're in action this weekend, let us know who you're playing for, or even if you just want a bit of a mention to your local club, be it in Northamptonshire or in Kent. Do let us know in the YouTube comments. Always important to show some love to the recreational game. Important pillar of the cricketing ecosystem in England and Wales, and one which we're very passionate about on Steelbacks TV.
Love it. Absolutely love the recreational game.
Proctor to Bell-Drummond. And this will be more runs for the Kent captain, gathering plenty of pace down towards deep third. It will eventually be corralled by James Sales and turn into a 3. Nicely ran between Singh and Bell-Drummond. It's something which Kent actually do very well, not only on the website, but on the socials. We've already touched upon Daniel Bell-Drummond and his connection to Catford Wanderers. I can't really mention Ekansh Singh without talking about Orpington, which was his first club, his local side, down towards Kentway. He's also played for Dartford and Bexley in more recent seasons. But yeah, we can't get enough of the club game. Genuine short ball by Luke Proctor. As for the Northants captain, we all know, born in Oldham. Started out at Oldham Cricket Club, but also played for the likes of Royston and Bootle up towards the Liverpool and District Way. Always a fiercely competitive league that has been once again this season. But everybody starts somewhere.
I think without all of those amateur cricketers and clubs, or whatever sport it is that you enjoy as a recreational thing, the professional game doesn't really have any relevance without it. It really doesn't, does it? It struggles without it, because 1, people need to start there, and 2, it's the base, it's the foundation of them being able to watch these guys play in the championship or represent England at Lords, as that's just whipped into mid-wicket. Doesn't quite carry to George Bartlett. And up towards the sharp end of club cricket as well. get those amazing moments, amazing stories of the cricketers going off overseas and cutting their teeth in grade cricket or in South Africa or touring the West Indies. It's an incredible sport.
Slightly shorter again, whisked away by Ekant Singh. Will just be one out towards deep square. It's nice that so many of the players in this fixture as well, obviously for those who were born in England or Wales itself, they've come up through those recreational ranks. But even the overseas players, you look at Nathan McSweeney, he used to play for Shenley Village in the Hertfordshire Prem. Like, it's really nice to have that connection to the grassroots game. Well bowled again by Luke Proctor. That will be a dot ball to round out the 57th over. Kent 229 for 5. Bell Drummond on 17. Singh is on 9.
Have you got any closer to donning your cricket whites once again? I know it's been a couple of years since you've made that commitment. Is 2027 the comeback season?
We'll see.
Oh, okay. There's
We'll
a temptation. There's a temptation.
We will see. Just depends on the schedule, really.
Get those off breaks warmed up. There's cricket. The thing is, I think cricket's become a little bit more helpful to those that do work on the weekends, with the opportunity to play Saturdays and Sundays. Midweek cricket is starting to become a little bit more popular in the summertime as Yuzvendra Chahal is into the attack for the first time on day 2.
Just takes a little bit more pace off that, and it's been drilled downtown for 4. Luke Proctor will not be able to catch up to that latest strike from Ekant Singh. Moves him into double digits. The 20-year-old on 13, the score 233 for 5. Yuzvendra Chahal has just walked past the ball there, much to the amusement of Luke Proctor, who's got a massive grin on his face. So too has the bowler. Singh, that is impeccable. All the way for 6 towards us in the commentary box in the Lynn Wilson Centre itself. And Ekant Singh taking a little bit of a liking to the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. A simple step to meet the pitch of the ball and lofts it gloriously down the ground to make it back-to-back boundaries to kick-start this 58th over.
Incredibly stylish from Ekant Singh, wasn't it?
Either goes on the sweep this time and taken. What a catch that is. Chahal gets his revenge courtesy of a terrific grab from James Sales at mid-wickets. And Ekant Singh will depart for an entertaining 19. Northamptonshire's excellent morning session continues. Chahal has his first. Kent now 239 for 6.
That's bizarre. It really is bizarre. 2026, you back the way that you want to play. And I completely understand it. And I certainly back the positivity and the mindset to it. It's a great catch by Sales. Is that the innings you want to play with your captain at the non-striker's end? When your team's been up against it this morning, you've gone 4, you've gone 6. And to go and try and pick up another boundary there. Are you trying to hit Chahal out of the attack early on in the innings? Or is that one, well, evidently, one shot too many for Ekant Singh in the over? And if you keep going hard at Yuzvendra Chahal, I think he enjoys it more. That's more his game, isn't it? He wants batters really trying to come after him. And that wily leg spinner that's got all of those IPL wickets where batters are doing exactly that. He's got that exciting wicket of Ekansh Singh.
Yeah, 19 from 22 for the youngster as Grant Stewart now joins Daniel Bell-Drummond, who has still only faced 30 deliveries, which is quite remarkable. But yeah, completely agree about that point with Yuzvendra Chahal, someone who's very much cut his teeth in the IPL, was RCB's all-time leading wicket taker in that tournament, with over 139 wickets to his name, and he thrives on the battle. But yeah, just going back to that, the approach from Ekansh as well, it was positive, but I agree, one shot too many. Here's Stewart then, there's an appeal. Chahal, he can't believe it.
I had a couple of noises. I don't know whether you did, whether it was pad, whether there was a bit of a bat there from Grant Stewart. Trapped on the back foot. I mean, what a great start.
Well stopped in the end by Calvin Harrison. Will be a dot ball to wrap up a successful over for Yuzvendra Chahal and for Northamptonshire. So Kent 239 for 6. Just looking back on the replay of that, Dan, I think it was straight down. Yeah, immediately. He knew straight away. Even so, lovely variation. And again, you play Chahal on the back foot at your own peril because he has got the front of the hand slider. It's something we speak about a lot with Calvin Harrison. Can we also just appreciate that catch from James Sales as well? Had to take it above his head. Hit at him like a tracer bullet. And now Calvin Harrison just going through the motions in his warm-up as well. What a brilliant comeback this has been from Northamptonshire.
Really has. The morning session for the home team. Certainly 1-1 when it comes to who's won the sessions in this championship fixture so far. No doubt about it, Kent won yesterday. And I don't think there's any doubt about it that Northamptonshire have won this morning. And there's still, because of the extended session, still half an hour to go. And if we get half an hour of the spin twins of Harrison and Chahal, there are some serious questions that will be asked of the remainder of this Kent batting lineup up until lunch.
Down the leg side, no run scored there. Well, it has been a bit of a staggering collapse, really. Zach Crawley, he was the first one, trapped LBW by Ben Sanderson for what was a very eye-catching 89. It has to be said, 13 fours and 1 6 in there for the former England opener. But he fell towards the end of the 39th over, and well, in the 19 and a bit, which have followed since then, we've seen a further 5 wickets. For Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's been out there for well over an hour at this stage, but he's thinking, what's been going on?
Yeah, he's been a passenger, really, isn't he? Stationed at the non-striker's end. I'm sure he'll be frustrated from a captaincy perspective that he's not been able to have a mate go with him.
Fenced away for 1 down towards James Sales. Yeah, and with a couple of those dismissals, you'd say slightly self-inflicted. When it comes to Tuanamuyeye, got off to a really good start. Very dashing first couple of boundaries, but then fell into the trap. It was choreographed, wasn't it, with the fielders down at deep backward square and long leg, who ultimately took the catch. Chahal was the man in that position. That latest one from Ekansh Singh probably would have wanted a redo. Grant Stewart gets off the mark. Handy clip down towards the aforementioned Chahal for 1. Admittedly, the wicket of Chris Benjamin, that was just a wonderful bit of keeping, wasn't it? An acrobatic diving catch from the ever-reliable Lewis McManus. As a result, Kent have fallen from 162 without loss to 241 for 6. End of another tidy over from Luke Proctor.
Looks like it's going to be a change of ends then for Chahal, doesn't it? Harrison to replace Chahal from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's no chance Chahal's been taken out of the attack by Luke Proctor here, is it? It's definitely going to be a change of ends for the Indian overseas leg spinner. Harrison bowled really nicely yesterday evening from this end. He'd certainly got a bit of turnout there, didn't he?
There is confirmation. It is Calvin Harrison. We've seen him going through the stretches, the Pilates in the slips Gordon. Here he is then. Had figures of none for 7 from his 3 overs yesterday evening. Can he join the likes of Chahal, Guthrie and Sanderson in the wickets column? First ball. A little bit too wide, but also a hint of turn.
It certainly turned, didn't it? Turned quite sharply as well. Dangerous cricketer though, isn't he, Grant Stewart? Incredibly dangerous, incredibly strong, incredibly powerful ball striker, a clean ball striker. Daniel Bell-Drummond would be desperate that somebody can just stick with him for a bit. However, if Grant Stewart plays his natural game here and gets a quick fire 30, 40 or more, all of a sudden, that Kent first innings score gets up around, or gets up towards 300 and starts to look like a good place to be.
Carved away will just about beat McSweeney. They'll turn it into 2, despite the efforts of Yuzvendra Chahal. Yeah, Stewart's one of those cricketers where if he comes to the party, really does motor along, doesn't he? Those 4s and 6s. Very explosive batter in that middle to lower order. So far being a little bit more watchful here against Calvin Harrison.
He's almost played the leg spin exclusively off the back foot, isn't he? Playing it off the pitch rather than from the hand. And a couple of LBW shouts with those googlies that Harrison and Chahal have bowled.
Very decent start that from Calvin Harrison. Just the 2 runs conceded, that off the bat of Grant Stewart. Kent 243 for 6, 7 runs shy of their first batting bonus points. A reminder for those who maybe don't know how that system works, we'll start with the batting side of things. So you get your first of a maximum of 5 batting bonus points for reaching 250 runs in the opening 110 overs of your first innings. Then you get your second one for 300, your third for 350, your fourth for 400, and you get 5. The maximum for getting 450 more within those opening 110 overs. As for the bowling, well, Northamptonshire have already secured 2. So you get your first of a maximum of 3 for getting 3 wickets, your second one for taking 6 wickets, and your third one for taking 9 or more in that 110 over stretch. And that only applies to the first innings. Here is Chahal then, slip and short leg in play against Daniel Bell-Drummond, begins with a dot ball.
Yeah, this is a fascinating passage of play, this, isn't it? It's not something Northamptonshire need to do. They bowled a lot of seam. Sometimes you see the spinners come on massive appeal from Chahal, but you sometimes see the spinners come on towards the end of a session from a captain to try and just catch up that over rate so they don't get penalised if the end of the innings comes around. They don't need to do that. They are on level par with that after 60 overs. This is just going to be a really, really challenging spell here from two very good leg spinners.
And two leg spinners with different attributes, different characteristics and different approaches to get those wickets. The big two for Harrison, I know we've touched upon the googly that he possesses, but especially the top spinner and the slider. Charles flights it, well worked away on the leg side by Daniel Bell-Drummond and misfielded out towards the boundary by Liam Guthrie. First real sign of an error creeping in for Northamptonshire in this morning session. Allows Bell-Drummond to add another boundary to his tally. But yeah, with Chahal, it's very much a case of the leg break and the googly. There is two real big wicket-taking deliveries. A little bit less bounce compared to Harrison as well, but gives it a real good rip out the hand. End of the 61st over. Kent 247 for 6. This, of course, is the other thing which can be quite beneficial, having spinners from both ends, Dan. You start to go through those overs very quickly, don't you? And providing that they are accurate, providing they've got that control, pressure builds incredibly quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The game just moves on at such a pace, doesn't it? I don't think Kent are going to be too fussed about it at the moment. They're not necessarily in a position where they need to keep an eye on those overs ticking by. But they'll certainly know that they're going to end up having to face a few more deliveries than what they would have done if there was a seamer operating from one of the ends up until, well, in the next, 19 minutes until the lunch break here on day 2.
Nicely pushed by Grant Stewart and equally well fielded by the vice-captain Nathan McSweeney. He's got him. Stewart tries to play Harrison off the back foot and instead has his stumps disturbed. We said it was a dangerous thing to do against these two wrist spinners, and Calvin Harrison has got his first wickets on the board. Stewart departs for 3 and Kent have lost a 7th wicket in the morning session on day 2. The visitors 247 for 7.
This remarkable second day for Northamptonshire continues, and it just gets better and better with each passing moment. Now Calvin Harrison with a wicket to his name. It never looked like a comfortable plan off the back foot, did it, for Grant Stewart against Harrison? That taller leg spinner, just able to vary his pace and eventually getting the reward and dismissing the very dangerous Australian-born Italian international Grant Stewart. 7 down now for 247. Still 17 minutes to go before the lunch break here on day 2. We know that Chahal and Harrison are going to get a good handful of overs here as Keith Dudgeon joins Daniel Bell-Drummond in the middle.
Indeed, he does. Actually had quite a good season with the bats, has the South African. 326 runs at 21.73 for Keith Dudgeon. Hasn't scored a 50 though, which is quite interesting. So he's put together those very useful cameos towards the latter stages of the innings, but hasn't quite got that 50 plus. yet again, unfortunately for Daniel Bell-Drummond, has lost yet another partner. The tidal wave continues. Men around the bat here for Keith Dudgeon. Starts off defending adeptly. Man who made his Kent debut right here in Northampton. Who could forget that debut as well? With the ball in hand, goodness gracious me. 7 for 36. Talk about making an instant impact on your new club. Pushes well down the ground for one more run. End of another successful over for Northamptonshire. Kent are 248 for 7.
Yeah, about 15 minutes to go then before the lunch break here at the Cinch County grounds. Chahal and Harrison operating in tandem with one another. Bell-Drummond still can't get on strike. Still, his occupation of the non-strikers end continues. He's been out there nearly an hour and a half now. He's faced 40 deliveries in his innings of 22. I can't convince myself whether Northamptonshire have set this up on purpose. I don't think they have. I think it's just been more a happy coincidence of the way that this morning has panned out. Bell-Drummond just has not been able to get on strike. And as I say that, he does come through to face the next ball from Yuzvendra Chahal. Slipping a short leg in place. Harrison in there catching at mid-wicket. Over pitch from Chahal, but will only concede one. Nicely played by the captain to bring up the 250 for Kent inside those 110 overs. So that will be one batting bonus point for Kent in the bank for the run-in of this 2026 County Championship season. The end of the over, Aaron, do you fancy giving us a little run round of the other scores, the championship scores going on with after that second hour in the morning of day 2? Some will be breaking for lunch, although actually I expect everybody will be making up the 15 minutes.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely spot on. Most are still in play. So we see the end of the 63rd over. Kent 251 for 7. So let's start in Division 2 and let's begin with another game taking place in the East Midlands, because we've got a little bit of an update from the Our Co-op County ground in Derby. Derbyshire were 71 for 1. They're now 77 for 3. A couple of quick wickets for the Saxes of Middlesex, courtesy of Ryan Higgins. He has dismissed Matt Montgomery and Wayne Madsen in quick succession. So Derbyshire now 77 for 3 in the 30th over. As for the game taking place in Worcester, Lancashire are 50 for 3 in the 28th over at New Road. Harrison gets Dudgeon on the defence. And in the last game, the real important one for these two counties, Durham are 242 for 6 at the start of the 50th over against Gloucestershire. The league leaders, well, leading Gloucestershire by 105 in that game so far. The real man of the moment was a certain David Beddingham, who has now been dismissed for 122 by Bristolian all-rounder Daz Ahmed. So those are the scores on the doors in Division 2. We'll go through Division 1 in due course as well.
Inside edge just runs past Bartlett at short leg. Don't think there was a chance, to be honest, although it did bring a bit of theatre from those in the middle.
So starting in that top of the table clash in Birmingham, Nottinghamshire 104 for 2 after 28 overs against Warwickshire. Unfortunately, day one was washed out in its entirety yesterday, so players just got underway there this morning. As for the game taking place in Scarborough.
Oh, keeps low. Well played by Bell Drummond. Punches it off the back foot, off the shoelaces for a couple.
Yeah, Luke Proctor, the man doing the fielding, so no further play in that fixture in the morning session. However, play is set to resume at 2:10 local time, providing there isn't any further rain. Yorkshire 144 for 5 in the 53rd over of that game.
Dragged down from Harrison. Only concede and cost one, though.
Unfortunately, it's also been a very wet start to the day in South Wales. Glamorgan 115 for 7 against Hampshire. Play is set to resume in around about 20 minutes' time in that particular encounter. And as for the final 2 games in Division 1, we'll start on the South Coast, where Sussex are 175 for 5 in response to Somerset's 202 all out. We saw, well, quite remarkable bowling from Henry Crocombe yesterday, a hat-trick and a fifer in the same innings for the man who is departing to Surrey at the end of this season. And speaking of the Brown Caps, well, they're in a spot of bother against Essex in Chelmsford. Surrey were bowled out for 183. In response, Essex are 128 for 2 in the 39th over of their first innings. Dean Elgar, who announced his retirement from the professional game at the end of this season the other day, is going very well on 66 alongside the incredibly impressive Charlie Allison. So those are the scores on the doors when it comes to the Rothesay County Championship. Also got the test match taking place at Lords. Pakistan are 16 for 1 after 12 overs. At first wickets being the former Derbyshire and Yorkshire man, Shan Masood, dismissed for 1 off the bowling of Jofra Archer.
Thank you very much. Absolutely wonderful. 8 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go here at the Cinch County grounds as Nathan McSweeney joins George Bartlett under the lid, and looks like we're going to end up with a bit of an argument here as to who wants to be at short leg, who wants to be at silly point. I mean, the short answer is I don't want to be at either of them, but they have managed to get themselves sorted. George Bartlett remains at short leg and McSweeney in there at short cover, and that's a beautifully well bowled leg spinner from Chahal. Left well alone by Keith Dudgeon. I would have had a moment of jeopardy. Big final push here for Northamptonshire. Can they get another wicket before the lunch break?
Nice to see, though, isn't it? A well-populated area around the batters here. Northampton's looking to go on the attack.
Gone, got him. There is the one to go before lunch. It's George Bartlett in at short leg. He and McSweeney, they really spent some time making sure they chose which of those fielders ended up in the right place. And George Bartlett was there round the corner, under the helmet, and takes a very, very smart catch. An inside edge pushed into the front pad of Dudgeon. He departs. Another Kent batter falls this morning. He goes for 3. It's 256 for 8. And it looks like that will be the wicket to fall on the stroke of lunch. And there is one more. There's one more twist in the tail for Northamptonshire. 8 wickets this morning. What a remarkable turnaround from stumps last night.
Quite simply spectacular, that from Northamptonshire. Even in this morning session, at one stage, Kent were 162 without loss. To take 8 wickets since then, well, that is quite simply remarkable. Full credit to the Northants bowlers for the way in which they've bounced back, because yesterday was so tough. 154 without loss at stumps were Kent. They could have allowed the shoulders to slump, the body language to fall away. They have not done that whatsoever. They've grafted, they've grinded away, and they are thoroughly deserving of this round of applause as they exit the field of play. So at lunch here on day 2, Kent 256 for 8, and we shall take a break ourselves here on Steelbacks TV. Myself and Dan will be back in around about 35 to 40 minutes time as we get underway in the afternoon session. Northamptonshire searching for these final 2 wickets, and Kent looking to reach at least another batting bonus point. Until then, we'll see you in a bit.
While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to our coverage on Steelbacks TV as we are almost ready to get the game back underway in the afternoon session on day 2. Well, we had quite the morning session here at the Cinch County grounds, Northamptonshire taking 8 wickets to restrict Kent to 256 for 8 on the stroke of lunch. Keith Dudgeon was the latest man to depart, courtesy of a sharp take at short leg from George Bartlett. Off the bowling of this man, Yuzvendra Chahal. You're listening to the voices of myself, Aaron Viles, and Dan Jadzovic on Steelbacks TV. And, well, Dan, when it comes to that morning session, Northants will be hoping for more of the same as we head into these next few overs.
It was absolutely perfect, wasn't it, for the hosts through that slightly elongated morning session. Everybody contributing, everybody chipping in. Wickets for Guthrie, wickets for Sanderson, Harrison, Chahal, Sales. The skipper had an important role as well. 2 wickets to fall now. 1 more for another bonus point. 2 more before Northamptonshire can start to think about batting.
Here is Chahal then. Starts off by getting clipped down the leg side. Will race away for 4. Matt Milnes. Don't think he'll get off the mark. It'll be signalled as leg byes, but not quite the first delivery after lunch that Northamptonshire were hoping for.
No, bit of a loose nut. But you're entitled to do that. You just had your feet up for 40 minutes, haven't you? Waiting to get going again. I think we're going to be in store for a bit of an intermittent afternoon, aren't we? Looking at the weather forecast here on day 2. But the speed at which this game has moved along in those opening 2 hours and 15 minutes, who knows where we're going to be if and when we get any further rain. Here at the Cinch County ground, a quick update from Lords. And Pakistan are 16 for 2 in their first innings, trying to get on level par to England's 290 all out. The latest wicket to fall was Abdullah Shafiq for 5 off 32 deliveries, bowled by Josh Tongue, caught by Jamie Smith. So all going very well for England down in the capital. Keep you up to date with that game. We'll keep you up to date with the other championship fixtures going on around the country, or trying to go on around the country on this topsy-turvy, weathery weekend.
Here's Harrison then to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Starts off after lunch with a dot ball. Yeah, it's one of those. It's slightly frustrating, isn't it? But we can't really do anything about the weather, so just gonna have to wait and see what happens. That's a beauty from Calvin Harrison. Lovely bit of turn, bit of bounce on offer. Bowling to the Kent captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who, as we said, Dan, was just the spectator at the other end. He's been out there for quite some time, watching the chaos, the carnage unfold around him. Hasn't really put a foot wrong himself yet, but hasn't had anybody who's really stood alongside him for a prolonged length of time.
Yeah, he's had well, the worst seat in the house, isn't he, from a Kent perspective through that morning session. Barely been able to get on strike. And unfortunately has had to watch teammate after teammate perish from the non-striker's end.
Bit fuller by Harrison. Attempted sweep by Bell-Drummond to no avail. Got to be careful playing Harrison off the back foot on this surface as well. A couple have just kept very, very low. Tidy over by Calvin Harrison.
Certainly was.
It's a maiden.
260 for 8. And just something for the Kent supporters. Just had a little nod in from Liam down at Canterbury to say that Daniel Bell-Drummond has just passed 18,000 all-format runs for Kent in his career. You were talking about the start of it and the graduation from club cricket at such an early age and to where he is now, but 18,000 runs for Kent across all competitions. Phenomenal.
Phenomenal indeed. Yeah, a modern great of Kent County Cricket Club. Here is Chahal. Milnes yet to get off the mark despite a nice looking drive. But we said it prior to lunch, in another timeline, in a parallel universe, Daniel Bell-Drummond could have been an England cricketer. Pure class. A really lovely man as well. Someone who's always had time for post-match chats and always interacts with the fans. I know that down in Kent they do the junior journo days, and he provides some great insight for the youngsters there.
Yeah, terrific cricketer and a lovely human being. He's got some serious work to do here for his side in this first innings. They're not in a bad spot with 260 runs on the board. Certainly not after the start that Ben Compton and Zach Crawley were able to put together yesterday evening. But it still feels as though there is some work to be done here.
Well, there is. And Kent will be disappointed with that opening session here on day 2 because they were in the ascendancy. That was a magnificent partnership between Compton and Crawley yesterday. End of the over. 67 have now been bowled. Kent remain 260 for 8, courtesy of that latest maiden from Yuzvendra Chahal. But it felt as though today was set up for not necessarily a bat all day kind of scenario for Kent, but at least try and, well, maybe push 350 plus, especially given how good Crawley and Compton looked in the middle. Crawley dismissed LBW by Ben Sanderson, and that was almost the spark, wasn't it? It was the catalyst which has given Northamptonshire almost a route back in to the first innings.
Yeah, it was a massive moment, wasn't it? On 89 as well, Zach Crawley.
Easy single.
Yeah. Tactful as well, wasn't it? Planned for Northants, just Sanderson dropping deeper to allow Daniel Bell-Drummond to take one and get Milnes on strike. Second 50 in consecutive weeks for Zach Crawley, so really positive signs for the Kent opening batter. He would have had his sights on a first-class 100 though, wouldn't it? And it would have been his first in red ball cricket since that test match against Zimbabwe in May last year. To fall 11 runs short would have been agonising, I'm sure, as he walked off. But promising signs for Zach Crawley at the top of the order for Kent in this championship run-in, where there is a lot to play for. But you're right in saying it certainly felt like it triggered the passage of play that went on afterwards, didn't it?
Very full by Calvin Harrison. Again, he'll be brimming with an extra bit of confidence after that wicket of Grant Stewart, trying to play him off the back foot and ended up just misreading the turn. Had his stumps disturbed by a bit of a beauty. Slightly skiddier and flatter again, bringing the stumps of the Kent number 10 into the consideration.
It's a fascinating setup, isn't it, here? With Northamptonshire with the 2 spinners, plus, of course, Save and Nathan McSweeney in the 11, as that's crunched off the back by Milnes for, it will be 2, with a little bit of a fumble down there from Liam Guthrie. Obviously, Kent just going for one frontline spinner in Matt Parkinson. Bertie Foreman travelled, didn't he? Would have been another option to have played in there. But with the turn that we've seen here, easy to say in hindsight, but would they want an extra bit of extra option there with the ball? Maybe.
Good stop by Nathan McSweeney. That will be the end of the over. 68 have gone in the first innings. Kent 263 for 8. Yeah, it's one of those which, again, looking at the surface itself, you probably would say it's slightly more inclined for the seam bowlers. And let's face it, the vast majority of that damage early on in the morning session was from Sanderson and Liam Guthrie. So it's one of those where, yes, you probably could do with just one more potential spin option, but Kent seamers, as we've spoken about already throughout this broadcast, have had a really good season. You look at Matt Milnes being one of them, Keith Dudgeon, who has recent history at this ground. Yeah, it's still a strong attack they've got, nonetheless. Of course, having the return of Grant Stewart is also a massive boost. It's definitely shifted the complexion of this innings. You touched on it before lunch, Dan. When it comes to those session-by-session breakdowns, you'd say it's 1-1 at the minute. Bit of flight from Chahal. Easy single out to wide, long on by Bell Drummond. This is why we enjoy the county championship. It's the ebbs, the flows, and the fact that it can change just so quickly. There's a nice level and degree of volatility to red ball cricket.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing how quickly it can change as well. Almost in the blink of an eye in a moment. One decision, one bit of incredible fielding that suddenly swings momentum in the favour of one team or the other.
And again, another partnership here for Kent, and you can say that they've got a little bit of momentum again. But that first milestone, the marker, will be 300. And all it requires, as Matt Milnes is doing right now, is someone to just stick alongside Daniel Bell Drummond. Slight change in the field here for the number 10. Saib, James Sales. In fact, quite a few of the Northamptonshire fielders now pushed out onto the boundary, happy to concede the single and keep him on strike against Calvin Harrison. Two fielders under the helmets on Milnes' leg side as well. Really zipped in, tries to hammer it away. That'll be a dot ball to wrap up the 69th over. Kent 264 for 8. For those who haven't already, do let us know where you're watching the coverage on Steelbacks TV from. Great to have your company. Ticking over to 600 plus of you so far on what is a fabulous Friday of action, not only in the county championship, but indeed in the test as well. And by the looks of it, Dan, pretty good start for England at Lord's so far.
Absolutely wonderful. 20 for 2 after 15 overs, Pakistan. Still trailed by 270 and not going anywhere at the moment. So England well on top, down at the home of cricket.
Well played by Bell Drummond. Carved out to Guthrie for 1. You can just see the fielders beginning to just be brought in here. But Matt Milnes can certainly bat. 182 runs at 15.16 so far this season, with 150 plus score for the former Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire seam bowler. So good to see him back at Kent. Originally signed back in 2019. Played a big role in that T20 Blast win in 2021. He's played that one pretty adeptly as well. Just opens up the face of the bat, guides it down to the vacant deep third region what was almost 3. Bell Drummond's thought about coming back. Chahal tidies up well.
He's a dangerous number 10, isn't he, Matt Milnes? Overqualified, I think would be fair to say, to be number 10 in a batting order.
Right on cue. Hammered away. This should go for 4. There's no protection out towards deep mid-wickets. And indeed, the ball will nestle up towards the advertising hoardings in front of the Briggs and Forrester stand. Well dealt with by Matt Milnes.
Yeah, dragged down from Harrison. You know you're going to get those from a leg spinner. It's just part of the trade, isn't it? And Milnes up to task to get rid of it. Northamptonshire, understandably, really keen to bowl at the Kent number 10.
Full, well whipped away by Milnes.
You can see with Daniel Bell-Drummond here, he is absolutely fine and happy to bat in a normal partnership here with Matt Milnes. He's not trying to farm the strike. He's not trying to protect his number 10. Very happy to give Matt Milnes the responsibility here against Yuzvendra Chahal and Calvin Harrison.
Breeze just beginning to pick up slightly. At the ground, we can see the Northamptonshire flag fluttering away over towards the ground staff shed. Here's Chahal then. Just going back to that wicket of Ekansh Singh as well. He was pretty fired up after that, wasn't he? Chahal had got a little bit of treatment on the first couple of deliveries.
It was an incredibly exciting short-lived battle, wasn't it, between the pair of them? Really, really entertaining for about 3 deliveries. I think it'd be something that Ekansh Singh would look back on and think probably did try one too many. But, as we said at the time, 2026, you get the backing, don't you? Get the backing to play your way, and if he felt as though that the right thing to do at that time was to play that particular shot, then nobody's going to really bring any kind of criticism in the way of Ekansh Singh. But certainly from an outside perspective, it just felt like one too many.
And maybe it was just a bit of adrenaline. Doing that against an international quality star overseas wrist spinner. Imagine he would have been a little bit excited after that. Zipped in by Chahal. Well fielded by James Sales. Restricts any further runs from being scored. But yeah, especially the 6. The 6 was a top-notch strike. Just 20 years of age is Ekansh. Someone who quite clearly has plenty of potential. That'll be a single to wrap up the 71st. Daniel Bell-Drummond out there on 31 will keep the strike after that single. Matt Milnes providing the foil on 10. Appears as though we may have had a further wicket down on the south coast as well. So Sussex now 189 for 6 in response to Somerset's 202. Confirmation of that most recent wickets, that of Joey Everson. Dismissed by Lewis Gregory. One more here for Daniel Bell-Drummond. As for the game at New Road, well, that one really beginning to shift through the gears. Lancashire now 81 for 5 in the 35th over against the pairs who, as we said, they are the outsiders, but are still very much embattled in that race for the second promotion spot. Beauty. Really nice delivery by Calvin Harrison. So Rocky Flintoff, he was the first one to go, followed shortly by Arav Shetty. Both of those wickets falling to the left arm finger spin of Fateh Singh. Glamorgan also 8 down in Cardiff as the rain has returned at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, I think they got on long enough, didn't they, to lose another wicket. Mason Crane, the latest to depart.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating, hasn't it? Very frustrating indeed. Darted in once more by Calvin Harrison. More runs on offer for Matt Milnes. Very good stop out there, actually, by Liam Guthrie. Putting in a little bit of a slide and preventing the boundary from being scored. 2 more to Milnes' personal collection. And importantly for Kent, they're inching ever closer towards that second batting bonus point.
Yeah, generally a tidy operator on the boundary, isn't he, Liam Guthrie? We saw that one misfield earlier this afternoon, which very, very uncharacteristic. The other thing, and I'm sure you're very, very aware of it, and you've been keeping tabs of it all the way through. Big appeal from McManus. Vasconcelos diving to try and complete a catch, if there was one. Exciting end to the over. It's the fact that with this topsy-turvy way this game has started, it snuck up on me, the fact that this ball's 72 overs old. And in theory, if it were to get there, Northamptonshire would be hoping that it's all done and dusted long before then, as James Sales is going to replace Yuzvendra Chahar from the David Capel end. Sanderson gets another new one in about half an hour's time.
It's funny you say that. I was going to mention that, but I was going to wait a little bit. I was going to leave it until about the 75th over, exactly.
Just let it mature a bit.
Yeah, because admittedly, I was expecting us to see almost a continuation of spin until that point. So that was going to be my question. When could we see a return for seam, given the fact that the new ball tends to be the obvious answer to that question? But Luke Proctor bringing back James Sales, and I quite like this move in a way. Sales with the extra pace, just give him a little bit of a burst with this older ball. Something different, especially for Matt Milnes to get to grips with after he's faced purely spin bowling up until this point.
Yeah, it's a nice mix. And the quickest as well, isn't he, James Sales? Maybe there'll be a little bit of reverse swing here. He'll get that extra bit of breeze across the ground, which may just help that natural tail back into Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Oh, well played. Really smart cricket shot by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Opens up the face of the bats and almost allows the ball to do all the work for him. Smooth as silk. No protection down at deep third. It's what in other sports we'd call a very low-calorie shot.
A low-calorie cricket shot. I like that.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's one of my favourite bits of terminology in volleyball, that. Low-calorie points. One which looks effortless and one which is very effective. Yet again, Bell-Drummond picks his spots divinely. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for the Kent captain this time. It races away through the covers.
That one slightly more calorific.
Yeah, a bit more effort put into that one by Bell-Drummond. Lovely fluent follow-through of the bat as well. As we've said, just someone who he just makes cricket enjoyable to watch. I always love watching Daniel Bell-Drummond. How does Sales respond? Well, this could well be 4 more. In fact, no, it's just taken a nice bobble up towards George Bartlett. Well stopped at mid-wicket for just 1. It's one of those which was a bit awkward because sometimes it spits up off those practice pitches. Just didn't quite have the angle.
Tough time of year, isn't it, to be an outfielder? I think you've got to be prepared to get a couple of bruises, get a couple of sore fingers, just put something behind it to stop it. There's one thing that stood out to me when I first got the opportunity to start to have a chat with some of these guys. They said you have to love fielding to be a first-class cricketer.
Excellent shot. Rifled away through the covers by Matt Milnes, and it's a no ball as well. So quite an expensive return here for James Sales. Hasn't quite got the radar lined up as of yet, and Milnes and Bell-Drummond taking a liking to the extra pace.
Yep, I'm not surprised. I think James Sales, of all of them, he's been the guy that's really struggled with his radar. No way you'll bring Ben Sanderson back before that second new ball becomes available. Maybe could have looked at Liam Guthrie. But I think everybody would be in agreement here that both, including Matt Milnes, looks a lot more comfortable against James Sales than what they did against Yuzvendra Chahal. Quick update from Lords. Pakistan are 3 down for 31. Babar Azam, the latest man to go, another wicket for Josh Tongue. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5 for Josh Tongue. Now it's Saud Shakil and Azan Awais in the middle for Pakistan at Lords.
Down the leg side, easy take for McManus. I still don't mind it though, just as a little burst here for Sales. I know in isolation it hasn't been a great over, but he's a strike weapon, isn't he? We've already seen that in this game. Currently has 1 for 56 from his almost 10 overs, that being the wicket of Chris Benjamin, which came courtesy of, well, a marvellous take by Lewis McManus, diving to his left. That'll be a dot ball to wrap up the over. 73 have been bowled, 66 remain in the day's play, and Kent 292 for 8. Getting closer and closer and closer to that second batting bonus point. A very good afternoon as well to Jonah, who's tuning in again, I should say, from Koh Phangan in Thailand. Here's Harrison then. Short leg still very much in place alongside Vasconcelos at slip. Bell-Drummond so far, Dan, is playing that shot with great ease.
Looks very, very good, doesn't he? It would have been desperate, as we spoke about in that morning session, just to see more of the strike. Hasn't put a foot wrong. It's been a chanceless 42. It's been classy. It's been stylish. In the air from Milnes, going to land safe of Sanderson, who elegantly gets his studs stuck in the turf and makes sure that is only the single. But he's just been desperate for somebody to go with him, hang around for a bit, and he's got a partner at the moment. Matt Milnes is there on 17. He's got a mate out there in the middle.
In the blink of an eye almost, it's one of those Joe Root-style partnerships. Blink and it's 38. It's been very good between these two. Lion's share, of course, of the responsibility on Bell-Drummond. As the captain, as the established batting option, as the man who's been out there in the middle for longer. But Matt Milnes, handy operator, certainly not a traditional number 10 in any stretch of the imagination. Proctor now goes into slightly shorter mid-wicket. And there's a bit of an appeal there for Harrison, who straight away realises that perhaps it wasn't as plumb as he would have hoped for. Thoroughly engaging and engrossing battle, though, between these two. Can Harrison get the prized wicket of the Kent skipper? He won't on that occasion. It's a full toss, and Sanderson just spills it. Scampers through for the single as Bell-Drummond, and that will be the end of the 74th over. Kent 295 for 8.
Sanderson will be frustrated with that. Normally so incredibly tidy at mid-on. Someone that you, generally speaking, wouldn't risk taking a quick single to. That one there just wasn't able to get in clean, but it would have been tight for a chance at a shy at the non-striker's end. But Beau Drummond continues, moves to 43. And I think that experiment, or that 1 over trial, has lasted 1 over. James Sales 1 over, in and out, as Chahal comes back into the attack, which proactively, and if there is an eye on any form of forecast over the next couple of days, I don't mind that as a decision from Luke Proctor. And I equally don't mind it just to change the tempo a little bit, and Chahal creates a bit of indecision from Beau Drummond straight away. What's your thoughts? You look like you've got something burning you'd like to,
I wouldn't
say and share.
I wouldn't say burning. I probably would have given him 1 more over. I just don't think you can glean enough from just 1. But maybe they've seen how Harrison's been bowling as well. The fact, as you mentioned, they did look a little bit more comfortable with the extra pace on the ball. I can understand the logic behind it. Absolutely. And also goes back to that previous point we said where the overs just start to rattle through. And if you can build that pressure, put someone at the striker's end for a prolonged period of time, the overs start to melt away. And also the run scoring just becomes a little bit more laboured.
Yeah, and it gets Northamptonshire, if of course it gets there, it gets them to that second new ball just a little bit quicker as well. It gets it in the hand of Ben Sanderson, say 5 minutes earlier than what it would have done had Sales have bowled. But Milne so far has been up to task here against both Chahal and Harrison on 17. Not prepared to give it away. He's already over that season average of 15 that you mentioned earlier, so he's in credit. Plays that really nicely off the back foot for a single down to deep backward point. We'll keep the strike, which won't upset Northamptonshire. 257 for 8 at the end of the 75th over. 5 overs to go then until that second new ball does become available. I wonder if Northamptonshire wanted a different look from Chahal, and it sounds silly, doesn't it, to take the ball away from your premier overseas cricketer.
I know what's coming.
Well, do you? Because there's so many options.
Safe.
Well, that's where my mind was going. And then I kind of thought, well, also you've got Nathan McSweeney as an option as well. Beautifully bowled by Harrison, play and miss from Milnes. But Luke Proctor's spoiled for choice out there in the middle at the moment with different options. And if it is just a different look, and Safe does provide you with a genuinely different look. Bowls very wicket to wicket. He's very quick through his overs. Top edge. Guided, I'd say, by Milnes. Will run away to the members for 4. Really nicely played using the bounce of Harrison. Brings up the 300 for Kent. Brings up that second batting bonus point as well. Milnes now on 22.
It's gold dust, this, isn't it? Little bit of a tail wag for Kent. So Milnes has batted very, very well.
Yeah, he's played the 2 leg spinners as well as anybody has at Kent dressing room so far. Looks like he's got a lot of time out there in the middle. Most importantly, he's given support to Daniel Beau Drummond as well, who's made his way up to 44. And both of them contributing significantly to Kent scoring that second bonus point here. Down the leg side, will land safely. And whatever happens really from now, Kent are in the game. We could speak about the brilliance from yesterday, and then we could speak about the disappointment with the way that those wickets fell this morning from a Kent perspective. But 300 runs on the board, fine. It's not necessarily a guaranteed match-winning first innings score, but it's in the game. And Northamptonshire are going to have to bat well in whatever time we get left here to come to level par with that at least, and then kind of start to think about what happens in innings number 3 or innings number 4, depending on how this game materializes. So Kent on the road, 302 for 8, very much in this fixture.
Completely agree. And the foundation was almost built yesterday, wasn't it, between Compton and Crawley? I know even on paper, seeing 154 without loss at stumps, that's very impressive, but you cannot forget the conditions they walked out to bat in. It was so gloomy, it was so dark, it was ominous for a batting side. They're almost the perfect conditions to have a new ball in hand, especially the Dukes with the extra lacquer and the more pronounced seam, getting that ball really talking. And yet they played brilliantly.
Quicker delivery from Chahal, which is squeezed between bat and pad by Matt Milnes. Game moving along very quickly down at Hove. Sussex now 198 for 8. Nicely played again. Should be 2. Very comfortable seconds. 6 down now, Lancashire. They're on the field at Scarborough. Glamorgan still going, raining at Derby. All just ticking along. One of the most fascinating things here is you've got the Super 4s going on at Loughborough at the moment, both being played at Loughborough, and you've got one game off for rain and the other one still in play. Like microclimates around the Midlands.
That really is a microclimate, because I've been to both of those this summer, weirdly.
Geographically quite close.
I'd say they're about 100 metres away. Genuinely, like, more on that after this ball from Yuzi Chahal. But yeah, so I'd never been to Loughborough before this season. End of the over, Kent 304 for 8. I was invited as a result of the England Disability Series against India. I went to do some pre-series catch-ups with the coaching staff and a couple of the players. Got to see Alfie Pyle in the nets, who's really, really talented member of the Sussex disability side. But anyway, I'd never been there before, and they said, oh yeah, we've got 2 cricket grounds here. The first one was the Brockington, which is the one which you go to first. And I said, well, where's the other one? And they said, if you turn around that corner, you go down the path, that's the Hazelgrave. So I have absolutely no idea what on earth is happening there.
No, it's one of those days, isn't it?
It's like a simulation.
Feels like it, doesn't it? One of those days, one of those late summer Friday afternoons where just pockets of weather are just around. We saw it here earlier today, didn't we? Very quick single taken, where it was raining on one side of the ground here in Northampton and dry on the other side.
Yeah, if there's one thing that the British weather always is, it's unpredictable.
Oh, both off for rain in Loughborough.
There we go. Again, if you would have said that last year, that wouldn't have meant anything. The fact that I've now done that, I was thinking, what on earth has happened there? Goodness me. There has been a wicket as well in Scarborough. More on that after this ball from Harrison.
Shorter ball and just held stuck in the surface.
Yeah, so Yorkshire now 6 down. 150 for 6. James Wharton, the latest man to depart for a well-made 70. It's also been a 4th wicket at Edgbaston.
Beauty, absolute beauty. What's happened at Edgbaston?
Yeah, so Jack Haynes has been dismissed. So it's now Joe Clark and Carver Rayner in the middle for the defending champions. Jack Haynes dismissed by the former Middlesex seam bowler, Ethan Bamber.
Short and wide, which Milnes can't connect with. End of the over. 305 for 8 at the end of the 78th. So a couple of overs to go here for Northamptonshire before that second new ball becomes available, which I would be quite shocked if Luke Proctor doesn't take immediately, if, of course, we get that far along, because this partnership building nicely. It's on 49 between Bell Drummond and Milnes. Two leg spinners after lunch haven't quite looked as threatening as what they did before the lunch interval. But it will be Chahal with one over here from the David Capel end. Slip in play, short leg as well. Bell Drummond continues to have the answer. I can't think of a scenario here where Luke Proctor would not take that second new ball immediately.
No, definitely not, especially given how well Ben Sanderson bowled early doors. Almost set the tempo and the standards, didn't he?
Yeah, he was exceptional. Exceptionally good. They'll obviously be hoping the fact that he can go and wrap that up with Liam Guthrie as well. And failing that, potentially get the ball back in the hands of the leg spinners a little bit earlier. Harder ball, bit of extra bounce, maybe a prouder seam. Nicely played by Bell Drummond. Really waited for it. The bowling of Chahal. Picks up a couple of runs and brings up the 50 partnership as well for Kent and Matt Milnes and Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, they batted well, haven't they? Richly deserving of this 50 partnership. Unsurprisingly, the biggest partnership we've seen since that mammoth 162 run opening stand between Compton and Crawley. Since then, the next best was 30. So really, really good stuff, this. From a Kent point of view, of course. As for Northamptonshire, they'll be desperate to see the back of one, if not both of these, sooner rather than later.
Incredibly well bowled. The control that Yuzvendra Chahal has over this cricket ball, the way that he can vary that pace without any real noticeable change in run-up speed or arm speed is quite frankly fascinating. It's so mesmerizing to watch. But it's the end of the 79th over. Score is 307 for 8, with Matt Milnes, the man on strike, on 25, and Daniel Bell Drummond on 47. Be Calvin Harrison to bowl what we both assume will be the last over of this first cricket ball in this first innings for Kent, before we see Ben Sanderson and Liam Guthrie back into the attack with a brand new shiny Dukes in their hand. Nice bit of cloud cover, breezy day. Should be a bit of assistance out there for the pair of them. It was yesterday, wasn't there? It certainly offered enough. And if there's going to be anything out there, Ben Sanderson's going to find it.
Yeah, he's the master, isn't he? With the Duke's ball in hand, Ben Sanderson just constantly makes things happen. That's what the best seam bowlers do. When you see his methods, he doesn't actually do anything too far outside the box, but it's just lethal consistency.
Yeah, high skill, highly consistent. Does not give you a moment's peace. Can Matt Milnes get through to that new ball? Become a very, very different challenge at that point. But Kent's still going nicely in this first innings. A pair of these batters well set now. Very quick single taken. Proctor maybe slightly on his heels. End of the over. A quiet one for Calvin Harrison. Ben Sanderson has been getting loose, as has Liam Guthrie. Keep an eye on the umpires. I think the Northamptonshire 12th man is about to, or has brought that second new ball out. And that will be switched around straight away. So Ben Sanderson will make his way to the David Capel end. The second new ball has been taken here. 80 overs into the innings. The score is 309 for 8. Bell Drummond on 48. And Matt Milnes at the non-strikers end will be on 26.
Another wicket has fallen down in Chelmsford. Charlie Allison dismissed by Rahul Chahar for 43. Essex 178 for 3. They now just trail Surrey by 5 runs with 7 wickets remaining. So that could be an interesting one. If Essex do get the victory, it's a huge, huge result for their potential title credentials. But more importantly, for Surrey, keeps them towards the bottom 3.
Bit of pressure on Surrey going into the back end of the season. Pressure that they won't be used to, that's for certain. Sure, they'll have a few players available to come back in at various different points. Maybe a box office overseas signing to round the season out. Back here at the Cinch County grounds. Sanderson, top of his mark. 2 slips in place here. So Northamptonshire have certainly given a nod here that Kent are in a good position. They don't want to concede too many more here. Short ball pulled away. That's a real loosener from Sanderson. It brings up the 50 for Daniel Bell Drummond. We mentioned a short while ago that he went through 18,000 runs for Kent across all formats. And he's brought up another first-class 50 there in very stylish fashion.
Yeah, just all class, isn't he, Daniel Bell Drummond? A 6th boundary of the innings. He's looked very measured. He's been watchful at times, but at other times, very stylish, very elegant. Always possesses that additional flair in the middle. I just love watching him bat. Really does make it look very, very simple indeed. Wasn't the right delivery, that I don't think, either for the game situation. The fact is, it's the first ball since taking that brand new cherry, and also the field. The fact is, Bell Drummond is very good on those pull shots, and yeah, you got a fielder down at deep fine and deep square. There was quite the gap, actually, I think. Yeah, Liam Guthrie's just taken a couple of steps to his left now, so plugged it a little bit by going to long leg, but the field didn't seem right.
I think it was a good old-fashioned loosener, wasn't it, from Sanderson? Oh, big appeal, trapped on the pads. Oh, chance at the keeper's end. Everybody's got a bit dozy there. And there will be the single after all of that. So just to unpack that, there was a big appeal for an LBW. It will be a leg by. Bell Drummond shuffled forward, which probably put that bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire. He then wanted the single. Milnes didn't want one. Bartlett slow to react. McManus slow to react. And eventually completing the leg by that Daniel Bell Drummond wanted in the first place.
Quite possibly the best 1 LB you'll ever see in the scorebook.
Certainly eventful. And there wasn't a great deal of good cricket to show in that short passage of play from either set of players. But we carry on. Matt Milnes, the man on strike, and Ben Sanderson, a much better second delivery with this second new ball. And Milnes this time having a little shuffle forward to try and take Sanderson off his length. Another wicket's fallen at Lords. Pakistan now 63 for 4. Sawad Shakil, the latest to depart LBW to Ollie Robinson for a score of 16. So the tourists, a serious spot of bother down at Lords. Solid by Milnes. Looks like he's got so much time to play that, even against this new ball. The risk is, and that loosener there for Sanderson at the start of the over that got dispatched by Bell Drummond is, what did it land in outside of the field of play? I mean, there could be all manner of puddles and dirt and bits and pieces that could scuff up the cricket ball that you wouldn't particularly want done with this brand new one. It really was a rare error from Sanderson. Milnes successfully navigates the end of the over. 314 for 8. 81 overs complete. It will be the Australian left armer, Liam Guthrie, to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end, as he did in the opening spell yesterday afternoon. Bowled very, very nicely this morning, did Liam Guthrie. Picked up a couple of key wickets. Currently got match figures of 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. Got the wicket of Ben Compton, LBW, and Tawanda Muyeye caught by Chahal on the hook. On the money. Challenging that front pad of Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, you imagine that'll be the modus operandi for Liam Guthrie here. Looking to shape it back in. 2 right-handers at the crease. Bring that front pad and the stumps themselves into the equation. Has still got those 2 fielders down at long leg and deep square as well.
Drifts down the leg side. Yeah, it's a strange looking field, really, isn't it, with this second new ball, with not just those 2 fielders on the leg side, but there's a deep point and a deep third as well. Potentially just doing what they can to get Matt Milnes on strike. He's played as well as anybody has so far on day 2, currently on 25.
Durham are now 7 down at the Riverside. 286 for 7 are the hosts. They lead Gloucestershire by 149 runs. So the league leaders definitely in full control there when it comes to that first innings. Set up by a majestic century from the ever-dependable David Beddingham.
The leg side. It's going to go down against Lewis McManus. Unfortunately for the wicketkeeper, not able to tidy it up. Will be a bye. Just died on him at the last moment, didn't it? But we'll be disappointed. And those extras just continue to build here for Northamptonshire. That takes the total in the innings up to 36. With that being 2 byes, 15 leg byes, 1 wide, and 18 no balls.
And just from memory, I think every single one of those no balls has come from the David Capel end, hasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Sanderson's bowled 5. James Sales has bowled 2, and Luke Proctor's bowled 2. The shape on it from Liam Guthrie, as you'd expect. Swinging it back into the body of the two right-handers. End of the over. 82 overs complete now in this innings. 317 for 8.
Question now, with these two being pretty well set, the partnership on 61, can Kent begin to maybe push towards 350, get another batting bonus point on the board? Especially given the weather situation, you want to be there or thereabouts, at least achieving parity. You don't want a side who are chasing you in that top 3 to almost have that upper hand and gain a point on you, because at the same time, Northamptonshire just 1 wicket shy of what would be their 3rd and final bowling bonus point.
Back over to Ben Sanderson with that second new ball. We spoke about how the way that first-class cricket just ebbs and flows, doesn't it? And it was all one-way traffic this morning in the favour of Northamptonshire. We've had a 40-minute break. Players have been off for lunch. And Northamptonshire have not looked like taking a wicket since. Call is 2, but Bartlett now without the shin pads on. Very well to keep it to a single. But it's funny, isn't it? It kind of looked like Northamptonshire couldn't put a foot wrong this morning for that morning session. Everything almost felt like there was a moment or there was a wicket just around the corner. Since lunch, this partnership has built up to where it stands at the moment. And Northamptonshire, even with this second new ball, haven't looked like breaking the partnership. Only takes 1 delivery.
Well, 1 absolute perler, or indeed a slight lapse in concentration.
Yeah. The other thing as well here is this is Ben Sanderson's 20th over. In the total of 82 overs bowled in this innings, this is Ben Sanderson's 20th. Such a high percentage. Oh, it's a BT. Such a high percentage of overs bowled in the innings. Bowled 8 straight, 9 straight this morning from the David Capel end before being given an opportunity to have a breather by Luke Proctor. But there's 2 big things that stand out in this, isn't there? There's one is that 36 extras conceded in an innings of 318. It's a big percentage of the innings. And then Ben Sanderson having bowled 20 overs of the 83 is another big percentage of the innings. Big drive from Milnes, bit of frustration maybe.
Yeah, first time we've really seen that from Matt Milnes. Up until this point, he's been very compact and quite resolute when it comes to his approach, especially against Sanderson. I think we might just have a slight alteration in the field as well. George Bartlett, who was at backward point, now goes down to deep backward point.
Milnes does get away. Takes that single down into the leg side, and a very, very healthy round of applause in the Cinch County ground to end the over. 319 for 8. Milnes moves to 27.
Handy runs, aren't they? 63-run partnership. Not quite towards the level of a record 9th wicket stand in games between Northamptonshire and Kent. Maybe that can be our next trivia question for the YouTube live stream. Let us know who you think was involved in that standard of 136. This was for Kent, right here in Northampton in 1985. I'll give you a clue. One of them was an absolute titan of Kent. Here is Guthrie then, bowling 2 Milnes. Starts off with a dot ball.
I'm just being fed information here, and it's my turn to put the trivia on you. Why was that such a good round of applause for Matt Milnes' single?
Good question.
Come on, Brainiac. Come on, the encyclopedia of post-2010 championship cricket. This is your mastermind question right now. For £1 million... No, that's the wrong show.
He's got 3 again. It's a fusion of the two. If I had to guess...
Yep.
1,000 runs for Kent?
Oh, he's good, isn't he?
Really?
He's good, isn't he? Don't look so surprised. Aaron, you knew exactly what that was.
I didn't. I knew that over his career. Because again, before you do commentary stints, obviously you look towards certain milestones. I know that it's past 1,500, so I was thinking in my mind, it can't be a career milestone. Oh, fair play to Matt Milnes. I'm buzzing about that. Here's Guthrie again. Down the leg side once more.
Never doubt yourself.
So which one was it? Was that for the Mastermind Trophy or for the £1 million?
I've no idea. Well, I haven't got the sum of money to hand over to you, so not that I've got a Mastermind Trophy. I think getting hold of a Mastermind Trophy might be slightly easier for me than getting hold of that sum of money. So we'll have a look. We'll have a look online and see what we can get hold of. I think, yeah, exceptional, just good knowledge, good championship knowledge.
And a nice shot there by the aforementioned Milnes. Races away through the point boundary for 4, despite the efforts of the fielder. Moves him into the 30s, and the partnership continuing to build very nicely here for the visitors.
And I have to say, exceptional knowledge from that one supporter in the ground that gave that long round of applause in acknowledgement of Matt Milnes' 1,000th run for Kent as well.
There's been quite a few milestones, haven't there? Bell Drummond, 18,000 for the club. Ekant Singh as well, earlier on, reached 1,000 for Kent. Short ball. Just be a single there for Matt Milnes off the attempted pull. And even there, in full control of that. Wasn't looking to thump it away down towards long leg and sky it over the fielder for 6. Just hammering it into the turf. No real danger there for Milnes. But no, it's been great to see him back. It really has in the Kent shirts after those stints up at Yorkshire. Really is a key player across facets. So too is this man. Well stopped by Nathan McSweeney, and that'll be a dot ball to wrap up the 84th over. Kent 324 for 8. This partnership for the 9th wicket now stands at 68. So yeah, that is the other trivia question. Okay, so in 1985, here in Northampton, there was a 136-run partnership for Kent against Northamptonshire. Who were the 2 players involved in that? And as I said, I'll give you a clue to one of them. Think wicketkeeper. And think Kent. Which, when you think about it, Kent as a club have produced some wonderful keepers over the years. Sanderson continues. A good stop by the substitute fielder, Stuart van der Merwe. A backward point prevents any further runs from being scored. Just as an even further clue for some people, indeed on a countrywide, even at a global wide scale, widely recognised as probably one of the greatest keepers ever. One of a string that Kent have produced. But yeah, we don't quite have the Mastermind Trophy, or certainly not £1 million. I don't think we have that up for grabs, but there's pride. There's pride on the line. Maybe a shout out as well on the stream, which is priceless.
Oh, of course.
the memories that are made. More wickets have fallen up and down the country as well. More on that after his latest delivery from Ben Sanderson, which will be yet another dot ball. So a 9th wicket has fallen on the south coast. Sussex 218 for 9 in that game against Somerset. Currently lead by 16 runs on home soil. Just seeing who that wicket was. It was Sean Hunt, dismissed by Miguel Pretorius. There's also been a 5th wicket at Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire, 148 for 5 in the 41st over. Carver Rayner, the South African wicketkeeper, he has been dismissed in Birmingham. Well covered up by Matt Mills. And yet again, we've got that situation in Loughborough, Dan. Really is funny, isn't it, the British weather? Slightly shorter, pulled away very confidently by Matt Mills. Just one run down towards deep backward square. Fascinating passage of play here. I don't think we've necessarily seen the best of the Northant seamers with this new ball as of yet. At the same time, Bell, Drummond and Milnes playing this situation very smartly and very maturely so far. Full and dug out by Bell Drummond, and that'll be a dot ball to round out the 85th over. Kent 325 for 8. Sun continues to bask the outfield. It's turning into a very nice Friday at the Cinch County ground. Yes, we've had intermittent showers, arguably one of the fastest rain delays in the history of the county championship as well. Earlier on, when Bell Drummond and Ekant Singh were out in the middle. Since then, thankfully, aside from a little bit of rain and a shower during the lunch break, it stayed very, very dry.
And your guess is as good as mine as to what we get for the rest of the day. It could quite literally be any manner of things, couldn't it, as we get through the rest of the day here. They're off for rain still at Derby. They've just gone off again at Cardiff. 7 down now, Lancashire, up at New Road.
Change of bowling then. From this, the Lynn Wilson centre end. Luke Proctor replaces Liam Guthrie. Bounding in with real purpose. A good tumbling stop by James Sales. He'll restrict any additional runs being added to the Kent total. Yeah, 25 runs away now from 3 batting bonus points. Admittedly, at 154 for loss of no wicket, Dan. They probably would have been expecting that, but given what's happened since, that'd be quite a good marker, wouldn't it, for Kent?
This afternoon session's been superb again, hasn't it, for the visitors? It's been so... That's a great stop again, isn't it? McSweeney this time. It's been so clearly defined as to who has gone on and won each of these sessions. Kent so clear last night. Northamptonshire so clear this morning. And after this first, hour and 15 minutes in the afternoon session, it's so clearly Kent again. And for a bowling attack that were able to ask questions on such a regular basis for that morning session, looks like a different group of individuals. It looks like we're watching a different game again.
But it goes back to what we've spoken about before. The fact is you do have these different passages of play in first-class cricket. It allows the narrative, the story to really play out over the course of these 4 days. Slightly wider and punished by Matt Milnes. Excellent square cuts for 4 runs. He moves on to 37. Kent on to 329 for 8. Was on that in a flash.
He's been absolutely superb, hasn't he? Since he's gone out there with Daniel Bell-Drummond after lunch. Really just added some stability, some really assured batting performance to go with his captain, who himself is up on 55 now.
Yeah, Proctor will be hoping for a response here. Milnes decides to shoulder arms. Proctor will wrap up the over with a dot ball. 86 have been bowled in this first innings. Kent 329 for 8. Would you like to know the answer to that trivia question, Dan?
I'd love to.
I've got it from a couple of sources, a couple of WhatsApp messages as well as the YouTube chat. So, yeah, that partnership which I spoke about in 1985 here in Northampton was between Richard Ellison, who actually played Test cricket for England in the 1980s. The other one, of course, when we refer to the great wicket keepers in the game's history, was the legendary Alan Knott. So those two getting 71 and 87 not out, respectively. So we hear plenty more supports from, I think it's the Jackson Grundy, isn't it? There's a group of spectators to our left. Sanderson prepares to bowl. And there's a huge shout. Here he goes for another celeb repeal. Not the first time we've seen that from Ben Sanderson. Although admittedly, on this occasion, didn't quite have the same flair or gusto as we saw early on.
Yeah, we'll have to have a little look back on that one, won't we? Sanderson, I don't quite think fully believed it himself. Bell-Drummond continues his stay at the crease here on 55.
Bell-Drummond advancing and Sanderson replies with a bumper.
Yeah, I suppose it probably was too high, wasn't it, for Daniel Bell-Drummond? What other weapon have you got as a bowler when you've got a batter walking at you like that than try and kind of push them back? $330, it's 20 away then, Aaron, from another bonus point here for Kent.
Bell-Drummond advancing once more, trying to thread the needle on the onside as we see all of that trio of McManus, Vasconcelos and Harrison trying to deal with the bounce of that ball.
Yeah, that was strange, that. That was Luke Proctor, the captain, throwing that back in towards Lewis McManus then, who's normally such a cool character on the cricket field. That throw there, that was a sign of frustration, wasn't it?
Once more, he advances. Complete and utter control. A simple push, guiding it through the covers for 2. Feels as though the pendulum swinging in the favour of the Southern County. Not for the first time, we are going to see a helmet brought onto the field of play. Lewis McManus and Ben Sanderson have seen enough. The keeper will stand up to the stumps here against Daniel Bell-Drummond. Tactic that was employed against Zach Crawley during the only session on day one. Don't mind that whatsoever. Bell-Drummond so far meeting the pitch of the seamer. Shuffling down a few steps. Will that just implant a seed of doubt? Well, it won't with that ball. Chopped away for four down towards the vacant deep third boundary. Yet another glorious shot from the Kent captain. He's asserting himself in fine fashion. And that has brought about a change in the field. Calvin Harrison has gone down to, in fact, he's going all the way down to deep third. Bell-Drummond has scored a couple in that particular region. Good response by Sanderson. But the partnership trickles over into the 80s. Really frustrating Northamptonshire here after what was a dominant morning session. Kents are clawing, scrapping, fighting their way back. Sumptuous style, courtesy of their captain and Matt Milnes. Manners goes up in appeal, so too does Vasconcelos. Sanderson, the bowler, slightly disinterested by that latest shout. End of the over, Kent 336 for 8. So Proctor, it will be once more from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Appears as though they've just gone off for rain at Lords as well. So Pakistan are 81 for 4 after 28 overs in that the second test match of the series. England thoroughly dominant in the opener up at Headingley. They'll be looking to make it 2-0 and wrap up this three-match series. Here is Proctor, bowling to Milnes. Very full, very straight and out. Luke Proctor has trapped Matt Milnes, LBW, and the partnership is broken with the score on 336. It's been a terrific knock from the Kent number 10, but it is the Northamptonshire captain with the right arm seam to get the breakthrough with the new ball. Kent now 336 for 9.
How big of a moment was that in the afternoon? The sunshine is well and truly out now. Who knows what we're going to get next? But what a moment that was for the captain. Luke Proctor breaking that partnership. A partnership that's taken this first innings probably a lot further away from Northamptonshire than what they would have liked on the stroke of lunchtime. Matt Milnes gets a very good round of applause as he makes his way back to the dressing room, and Matt Parkinson replaces him in the middle.
Yeah, a little Lancastrian battle this between Oldham and Bolton. Proctor, the man born in Oldham. Parkinson, the Boltonian. Here he is to join his captain. Fair play to Matt Milnes, though. Aside from that, I mean, near faultless, really.
It was a really, really good innings, wasn't it, for Matt Milnes and for Kent, and a really good partnership. Really just changed the momentum of the game once again. And in similar fashion, like we spoke about, that we didn't expect Kent to lose 8 wickets so quickly this morning. On the stroke of lunch, with Daniel Bell-Drummond and Matt Milnes in the middle, I don't expect many expected the score to be 336 for 9 at 10 past 3 in the afternoon. But Proctor to Parkinson. Well, that's an imposing forward defence from Matt Parkinson.
Yep, not a bad start at all. Slightly different dynamic, though, isn't it, with Parkinson out there compared to Milnes? Probably won't be as fluent with the run scoring. Proctor tests him out with a short ball. These two weren't teammates with the Red Rose, but formerly of Lancashire County Cricket Club as well. Parkinson was actually the youngest ever Lancashire player to take a 5-wicket haul on his debut. We'll save the trivia on that for when he's bowling a little bit later on in the game. So far, he's navigated the challenge, the veteran Luke Proctor, quite well. Can Proctor wrap this up? He won't on that occasion. The dot ball to round out the 88th over. A good one for Northamptonshire, which saw that 9th wicket stand broken for 80 runs exactly. So Kent's 336 for 9. Crucially, though, Daniel Bell-Drummond, the skipper, is still out there.
Yeah, and he's going to be the man on strike. Do you think his role changes, or do you think he changes much about the way he's going about here? Do you think he starts to farm the strike with Parkinson, or do you think he goes up a couple of gears now that there's Parkinson out there, or does he have full kind of faith and full trust in the Kent number 11?
I think that's an excellent question. I think maybe for an over or two, we could just see him looking to farm the strike. And of course, let's not forget, only 14 runs away now from that 3rd batting bonus point. So I imagine that will be, well, maybe in the front of the mind, not even the back of the mind, really, for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Don't really want to be gifting anything cheaply here. I don't think we've seen too much difference in the field change either. Obviously more spread for Bell-Drummond. McManus up to the stumps. Looks to turn it away for a quick single, but McManus was alert to it. So yeah, deep 3rd, deep points. Surendra Chahal down at long off. Also have a long on, deep mid wickets, a deep square leg, and a long leg in play. So other than Vasconcelos at slip, just a fielder out at cover points. Bell-Drummond does look to loft it away to mid wickets. I think we've got our answer down. That's passage of the game now, where it will just be a case of almost inching closer instead of a barnstorming knock here from Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, I always find this kind of an interesting tactic. I don't think it's wrong. I always just find it very interesting, particularly with where we are in the game. I mean, Parkinson played that forward defence incredibly well. And then we go 1 ball later and the ball doesn't leave the square and the single's taken. But there's no slouches anymore. There's no bunnies anymore in proper cricket, for want of a better word. Everybody can bat. Everybody will work incredibly hard on all aspects and all disciplines of their game. And Parkinson will be no different. I always found that, I think it was an interview with Darren Gough, wasn't it? Quite so fascinating that when he was talking about, or when he was batting number 7 or whatever it was for England, it was like, that's fine, I'm a number 7 then. And actually the ability never changed. It was just the mindset and the temperament that went with him when he dropped down and down the order. And it was a case of, okay, well, if you want me to act or bat like a number 11, I'll bat like a number 11 for you type thing. And probably quite similar, I would have thought, with a lot of batters of all ability, with a similar kind of mindset towards it.
Well, I was about to say, already this season, we have seen one tail-ender frustrate Northamptonshire quite a bit at this very venue, and that was Oliver Hannon-Dorby with that big partnership alongside Gareth Roderick. Home side will be hoping that we don't see anything similar to that. Roderick in the end scoring 180. Really kept Worcestershire in it single-handedly until we saw that salvo from this man Ben Sanderson in the second innings. 3 slips in the cordon though here for Matt Parkinson, as well as a short mid-wicket backward point and short extra cover. So far, the defence solid as granite.
I think as well now, this stage of the season, this stage of the summer, it'll all mean a bit more, won't it? These 13 extra runs for Kent, that 1 extra point, all of a sudden, it sounds silly, but means a little bit more than maybe what it did in April. Parkinson will not give this away. 337 for 9, 88 overs complete in the innings. Proctor now in conversation with his vice-captain, Nathan McSweeney. He's got a couple of games left before he returns back to Australia ahead of the Sheffield Shield and potential international call-ups and recognition for the Northamptonshire vice-captain and number 4.
He's had quite the time in the Sheffield Shield, hasn't he? Leading South Australia to back-to-back titles. Imagine a 3-peat for them. I mean, goodness me, this was a side who for years in the Shield massively struggled. It almost became a bit of a running joke in Australia's domestic circuit about the Redbacks and not winning any trophies. And, well, past couple of years have been nothing short of exceptional, really. And McSweeney, he has been the linchpin. He's been the man to guide them and lead them into the heat of battle. He's done a really, really good job.
Yeah, a very welcome addition to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club in 2026 as well, isn't he? Proctor to Bell Drummond. We will go through this cat and mouse phase of not taking the single. There's still a slip in place, and everybody else is stationed down on the boundary rope. Safe say practicing his 9-iron. A few others out there stood with their arms crossed. They're going to look for 2, I think, here. Bell Drummond, very, very quick. Will come back for the second. It'll be on Parkinson to get back. That is exceptionally well run for the pair of them. Bell Drummond covered those first 22 yards like an Olympic sprinter in full pads. See, Usain Bolt never had to do that at the Olympics. Who would win a 22-yard dash in full pads?
I'd still back Bolt.
Not so sure after that. They can look for it again. Bell Drummond this time settling on the single. So Parkinson will have the job of 3 deliveries to negotiate here from Luke Proctor, if, of course, he can't get off the mark and get down the other end. 340 for 9 now. 10 away for Kent to get an extra point. Fielders converge. Slip cordon gets reinforced. Parkinson stylishly plays that to point. And it's got a sense, isn't it? It's got a feel of yesterday evening about it. It's quiet out there for Northamptonshire, who were pretty lively this morning. Things were going their way. And you could see when those fielders were out on the boundary rope, with one of them practicing a golf swing, another with their arms crossed, that in terms of body language, they don't feel as though they're in a particularly positive place right now. Certainly not out of the fixture. But having won that toss last night, not picking up a wicket, having them picked up 8 this morning, not expecting, but thinking that things would have just kind of continued to go their way. This second new ball hasn't necessarily worked. Kent continue just to turn the screw here. As we get to the end of another over, Parkinson is still there. 340 for 9. Bell Drummond on 65.
Quick update as well from New Road. Lancashire now 8 wickets down. The latest man to go was Noman Ali for a 6-ball duck, trapped LBW by Ben Allison. So Red Rose in a spot of bother there. Currently raining in Derby, also raining at the Riverside as well. So yeah, those the only other games then in Division 2. Big thank you as well. Just looking on the YouTube, over 1,000 of you currently watching the coverage here on Steelbacks TV. If you haven't already, do give the channel a quick subscribe. We are closing in on 100,000. How we'd love to reach that before the end of the season. Of course, if you've just made the switch from one of the other games, let us know. If you're watching as a neutral, or indeed if you're watching as a fan of Northamptonshire or Kent, let us know in the YouTube comments. Here's Liam Guthrie then to replace Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, first time we've seen Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end in this fixture. Back over to Daniel Bell Drummond. So if the play continues here, Bell Drummond will give himself a couple more deliveries before he then takes the single. Does Luke Proctor react? Has he read that? Does he go, well, you know what? We'll bring the field up on ball number 3 of the over. We'll bring the field up because this is the way that you're trying to play at the moment. Try and make you do something that you don't want to do, Daniel Bell Drummond, at this stage of the game. Goes over or into the offside really powerfully. This times it can't get it past George Bartlett. And it might not work. Bell Drummond could go over the top, could leak a couple of boundaries. However, I'm a big fan of that captaincy mindset of make somebody do something that they don't want to do. Easier said than done. They're not my runs to play with, are they? From the commentary box, which is the challenging part. Nicely played down the ground. They will take the single. Will be the 3rd ball of the over. And it'll be back over to Matt Parkinson.
You can tell now. You can tell now. It's almost a game within a game here, isn't it? 9 runs away, Kent are from that 3rd batting bonus points, and let's face it, it's to restore parity in the point scoring column as well. Northamptonshire have already secured their maximum of 3 bowling bonus points by getting that 9th wicket of Matt Milnes. Would give them a nice bit of momentum, wouldn't it, to limit Kent to less than 350.
Oh, it's a short ball, which Parkinson has ducked into. And it's going to leave a lovely bruise on the arm of Parkinson. Fortunately, not in and around the helmet, but a nice badge from Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, thankfully it didn't hit him in the helmet. They can be really, really nasty.
Does very well to control what I'm sure is plenty of adrenaline coursing through the body of Matt Parkinson at the moment. This vigil continues to support his captain. Do his bit to try and get Kent through to that score of 350. And he does so. He continues to do so. A very, very good innings here for Matt Parkinson. Yet to get off the mark, but that's not important at this stage. It's 341 for 9 as we get to the end of the 91st over. 9 runs to go then for Kent to get this bonus point. And maybe if they get there, it's a little bit more of an attacking mindset from Bell Drummond at that point. Just get as many as they can, as quick as they can, and then have a bowl.
Yep, I'd say so. But it goes back to that game within a game element. And I think back to the T20 blast for this. But do you remember the game at Edgbaston where that was a huge run chase, wasn't it? Chris Lynn ultimately got the Steelbacks over the line with what was a magnificent century. But there was a quote from Luke Proctor at the end who said, after the final over of that first innings, the Bears had scored over 200. But it was such a good over. They almost felt as though Northants were destined to win. Drilled delightfully down the ground by Daniel Bell Drummond. That'll be 4. And that will help Kent massively when it comes to their quest for 350. But that quote almost summarises sometimes the sentiments with cricket and how momentum can work, because one good over, one moment in the match here, let's say that Kent get bowled out for 348 or 349. The confidence that would give Northants, yes, it's still a lot of runs on the board, but they will have outmatched them in the point scoring. That could be a big thing, especially as we get down to the real nitty-gritty part of the season and those final 4 matches.
Yeah, you're a big fan. You're a big advocate of bonus points, aren't you? You really do kind of stress their importance, even at the start of the year, and how promotion or relegation can be won or lost on the back of one bonus point. Nickton Garn it is. Final wicket falls, and just as you teed up, it is the big wicket of Daniel Bell Drummond trying to take that single and get down the other end. He's departed for 70, and Kent are all out in their first innings for 345. As you were saying, they'll be 5 runs short of that 3rd batting bonus point.
I think that's strangely quite a big moment. It's a pretty good return for Kent. Let's not just gloss over that. The fact is they started off superbly well with Ben Compton and Zach Crawley, that 162 run opening stand. But there was a stage here where it looked as though after that stand, 350 would be a minimum. Then it looked as though 300 could be a maximum, and now it's swung once again. So I think you have to give full credit to Daniel Bell Drummond and Matt Milnes in particular. That partnership of 80 could be absolutely critical. If this does go the distance, and fingers crossed the weather does play ball, that total of 345 could be excellent. But the key thing there is that Northamptonshire have outscored them on the bonus points. So it's 2 for Kent, who are just 5 away, 5 runs, not much at all away from making it 3, have been outscored by Northamptonshire's total of 3. So it's all to play for, not only in Northamptonshire's reply, but indeed in the game as a whole, as the Tudor O's look to close that gap, which currently stands now at 3 points.
Absolutely right. We'll have a quick change around here at the Cinch County Ground. Aaron and I will be back in about 10 minutes for the start of the 2nd innings. Welcome back to Stillbacks TV. We are about ready to get underway here for the second innings. Welcome in if you're joining us or rejoining us or joining us for the first time as Kent take the field here at the Cinch County grounds. Be Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos to open the batting for Northamptonshire. Kent made 345 in their first innings. Leading the way, Zach Crawley with 89, Daniel Bell-Drummond with 70. Looks like it'll be Matt Milnes to open the bowling from the David Capel end for the visitors here. Slip cordon packed, as you would imagine. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles to take you through this afternoon session up till tea, whenever that might be. We'll figure it out as it comes along, won't it? But I think we're both in agreement here. Kent have got themselves in a very, very good position.
Yep, they definitely have. It could have been an even stronger position, let's face it, given the foundation that was laid yesterday. But with 345 runs on the board, I think you'd be pretty happy with that, I must say.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Regardless of what happens between now and the end of the game, Kent are very much in this fixture. Matt Milnes to Vasconcelos then. On the money. Vasconcelos having a very good summer here for Northamptonshire. And we'll have this mini session to get through until the tea break with Luke Proctor. The new ball didn't exactly work for Northamptonshire yesterday evening, yesterday afternoon, or this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on what Matt Milnes can get working along. Whether it's going to be Keith Dudgeon to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end, maybe Grant Stewart is another option.
I imagine we'll see Dudgeon. I think it'll be Dudgeon and Milnes almost setting the standards. And then you've got your partnership breakers, you've got your change bowlers in Grant Stewart and Ekant Singh, with, of course, the leg spin of Matt Parkinson.
Expansive from Vasconcelos. You'll certainly feel you're in the game against Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's a stylish batter, wants to impose himself. Luke Proctor, much more resilient, much more rearguard, resolute performance. But Ricardo Vasconcelos will certainly play his shots. 3 slips and a gully in place for Kent. As we get into the start of this second innings, I think probably a good idea to go round and give you a couple of updates on some of the other games that are going on around the country. Some moving along quite quickly, some moving along quite slowly. Squared up slightly, Vasconcelos, but Ball falls into the offside. A good start this for Matt Milnes. 5 dot balls to start the afternoon. And Vasconcelos gets away. Good stop by the skipper. First runs of the Northamptonshire innings. Vasconcelos takes the single, keeps the strike, and a good start for both. 1 for no loss.
As we suspected, it does appear as though it will be Keith Dudgeon with ball in hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Shall we go through some of those scores on the doors then? Starting in Division 2, let's begin with that game in the northeast, where it's currently tea at the Riverside in the game between Durham and Gloucestershire. Durham, the hosts, 297 for 7. They lead the West Country outfit by 160 runs, with 3 wickets still remaining. As for the game taking place in Derby, well, there's been a bit of a ground delay. It's been raining quite a bit in the East Midlands. Derbyshire 79 for 3 after 32 overs. And in the West Midlands at New Road in Worcester, Lancashire in a spot of bother on 153 for 9 after 53 overs.
Yeah, through the offside. First boundary. Cry of catch it. Dudgeon and Bell Drummonds meeting one another's eye, thinking, why didn't we have a fielder there? First boundary, Vasconcelos moves to 5. Not great signs for Derbyshire there, is it? Obviously, they didn't get on yesterday at all. You mentioned about the drainage up there. It's a slow draining ground. They've been off for a long time now.
Yep, they have. There's an inspection there at 4:30, so just under an hour away local time. That's just Division 2. Let's now turn our attention to Division 1, where it's tea at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 149 for 9 in response to Hampshire's 162 all out. As for the game at Edgbaston, it's also tea in Birmingham. Nottinghamshire, the defending champions, 172 for 5 in the 47th over. As for the game taking place at Scarborough, Yorkshire 236 for 8 against Leicestershire. That game taking place at one of the most iconic outgrounds in the country, North Marine Road. Then we switch our focus to Chelmsford. Let's head down to Essex, where the home side are 230 for 5. They lead Surrey by 47 runs, with 5 wickets still remaining. And last but by certainly no means least, in the top flight, Somerset are 10 without loss in their second innings. They trail Sussex by 38 runs in that crucial clash. Dudgeon provides a very nice delivery, a few oohs and ahs for the Kent slip cordon. And well, there's been a welcome update from North London. Let's head to Lords for the second test between England and Pakistan. England have just taken a 5th wicket. Mohammed Rizwan trapped LBW by Ollie Robinson. He departed for 7. Pakistan are 95 for 5 in response to England's 290 all out. So that is us all up to date. As Keith Dudgeon continues to bowl some pretty tidy areas here. A couple of shout outs as well. We didn't get to do them prior to the innings break, but a big shout out to Nick Morgan, Kent fan, tuning in from South Africa. Big fan of Ben Compton. Nick, let us know where in South Africa you're watching on from. Shout out as well to Ian Smith, a long-term Kent fan since 1973. That'll be the end of the over. So Northamptonshire 5 without loss. Would also be very interested to know, Ian, if you remember watching Kent in 1978. The reason I asked that, of course, is because Kent won the county championship. in that year.
Maybe so. Might have only been 5 years old. Also a possibility. Good over there for Keith Dudgeon. Great to have you along here on Steelbacks TV, folks. Whether you're supporting Northamptonshire or Kent, both teams up towards the sharp end of Division 2, and a lot up for grabs, a lot at stake here for both counties. As Luke Proctor faces up for the first time in this afternoon session. 5 for no loss. And Milnes with a change of plan, change of angle here for Proctor compared to Vasconcelos. One of those classic county championship mini sessions up until tea. There is very, very little here. As Matt Milnes traps Luke Proctor on the pads. Looked a bit high, looked a bit leg side. Proctor continues. There's very little here for Northamptonshire to gain in this 45-minute period here at the Cinch County ground. But having conceded 345 runs in that first innings, there is a lot to lose, a lot for Kent to gain. Couple of quick wickets here before tea, and all of a sudden the visitors, that score of 345 looks an awful lot bigger, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's almost a similar conversation to what we had yesterday in the evening session. If Northamptonshire could have dislodged Zach Crawley and Ben Compton in quick succession, you're going, goodness me, yeah, there's not much that Kent can really gain. That wasn't the case, though, was it? An incredible, an impeccable 154 partnership up until that point saw them through to stumps. And again, for Northamptonshire, it's a case of just keeping that wickets column as low as possible. And in an ideal world, keeping it at 0. That would be a win in of itself.
Oh, yeah, 100% it would. Bit of extra zip from Matt Milnes. Marvellous. I love that. Bit of fun. A few folks here at the Cinch County ground enjoying their Friday afternoon. Zach Crawley playing along and getting involved. 5 for no loss here. Northamptonshire in response to Kent's 345. And Luke Proctor is away. Tickled into the leg side. 4-1 to end the third over. 6 for no loss. Keeps the strike. And a good one again from Matt Milnes.
Certainly is. He's been the focal point, really, of the Kent attack so far this season. 32 wickets at 24.43 for the Nottingham-born seam bowler. As for Keith Dudgeon, the reason why I almost wanted to see these two in tandem, as we so often do, well, he's got 31 wickets at 31.3, so they have been the standout, really, for the White Horse this season. Hence why they've been given this responsibility. Can they get a couple of early scalps and really put Northamptonshire under a little bit of pressure?
Yeah, it'll be a bowling attack that Northamptonshire have got fond memories of, won't it? If you look back at that scorecard down at Canterbury earlier this summer, record-breaking moments all the way through with double hundreds and first hundreds and red ink hundreds. Very, very different situation. Oh, it's gone down. It's gone through the fielder at gully. Is that Sam Northeast that's gone from third slip to gully, and it has absolutely flown. It's burst through the hands. Proctor gets the boundary. Dudgeon can't believe it. Really has flown off the face of the bat of Luke Proctor. And I think looking at the conversation between Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos, they just get together here and the umpires on the radio, I think would indicate the fact that Luke Proctor's got away with one there.
Yeah, whisker away, really, from the outstretched palm of, pretty sure that is Sam Northeast there at gully. Very, very close indeed.
Just a slight delay in play because a couple of the blinds down in the hospitality boxes in the Lynn Wilson Centre here just need closing for Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos. A bit of movement behind there, maybe a bit of reflection from the sun that's just beginning to just drop down in the sky. So this will just extend this afternoon session a little bit further. Take a little bit more time off the clock. So we have got 102 overs scheduled for the day's play, trying to make up time from yesterday that we lost in the morning and the afternoon session. Probably the biggest challenge here is finding somebody that can get into the Lynn Wilson Centre and to shut the blinds.
Well, we have had some very unique disruptions, haven't we, here at the Cinch County Ground? And
Yes.
I think I know where your mind would immediately go to. Do you remember the marquee?
I do. Fond memories of the
or the gazebo.
Stillbacks in the
Would you say
community gazebo. I'd call it a gazebo.
I'd say it was a gazebo. Come to think of it, yeah, when it flew across the outfield, that was quite something.
I think marquee kind of feels a bit grander, doesn't it?
It feels like a huge tent, doesn't it? That was a bit smaller.
You weren't here for it, and it didn't delay play. But there was a moment in the One Day Cup, and I kid you not, but you might need a little bit of imagination here. There was somebody flew across the ground in what looked like a flying bathtub.
Wait, what?
I think it was some form of kind of homemade microlight type setup. And I'm not kidding you, just drifted across on some form of powered device. But from a distance, it honestly looked like a bathtub.
As in that they were actually flying.
Yes.
Oh right.
Yeah, flying.
Right.
Actually flying. But it looks like this the delay of blinds here is going to elongate this slightly longer. Landed over there behind the trees somewhere. Absolutely no idea. It was they're long days, the One Day Cup. It may have happened, it may not have happened. Phil Rowe, as my witness, also saw it, so I haven't just completely lost the plot.
Yeah, I must say I'm baffled by that.
Good fun though.
It sounds like it.
No flying gazebo is what I would say. That really did. I mean, that's going to struggle to be knocked off the top, I'd say, for a gold medal spot. Swarms of insects, we've had those a couple of times, haven't we?
Have indeed. Yeah, it tends to be bees, doesn't it? When there's a load of bees around, or yeah, Nats as well.
And of course, earlier on today, we had the world's shortest rain delay as well. But I think cricket's about to resume. The blinds are shut. 10 for no loss. Dudgeon to Proctor. I think it'd be fair to say there's no huge demon in the surface. I think would be an honest assessment from what we've seen so far in this game. No huge amounts of lateral movement through the air or off the surface. If anything, you'd say the batters got themselves into a little bit of trouble almost through the lack of pace that was available. There was turn, but for the majority of the time, it was quite slow turn. So there's a really good opportunity, good ingredients here for Northamptonshire to just bat well, get themselves to parity. Proctor not happy once again, but happy enough to continue here against Keith Dudgeon. Looks like he's got an awful lot of time to play that. End of the over, a good one, a long one. 10 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, it's quite a watchful start, isn't it, really? Other than that one which was flashed off the blade of Luke Proctor. Almost went to Sam Northeast, but aside from that, these two happy to just very much play the ball on its merits. They've not been going for anything too expansive or extravagant at this stage, which, to be honest, is expected. It is a session within a session. The fact is Northamptonshire can ill afford to throw away wickets and almost allow the floodgates to open. These two have got to be very, very mature about how they go about this so far. It's a really good battle, this, against best bowlers so far this season in Milnes and Dudgeon. Two very different options as well, with Grant Stewart and Ekant Singh as the change bowlers as well. Matt Parkinson, of course, who took those match-winning wickets at Merchant Taylors against Middlesex. He can also come into the fray a little bit later on as well. Just going back to that game earlier on in the season, Dan, yeah, the scorecard from that was, well, simply staggering. Luke Proctor, an unbeaten 261. Nathan McSweeney got his first century as a Northamptonshire cricketer with an unbeaten 101. Ricardo Vasconcelos himself scored 127, and Calvin Harrison, a brilliant 153. So, yeah, it was fill your boots time for that top 4. Admittedly, different conditions and very different scenario in this game. I don't think we'll see 700 plus runs being racked up. And also, let's not forget, Kent had a really difficult start to the season. You could see they're a little bit short for confidence, whereas as this campaign has gone along, you can just see the self-belief has improved massively, and you've got to give them full credit. They have completely turned their season around.
Yeah, it's been one of the best kind of feel-good stories of the summer, hasn't it, for Kent, with the way that it has changed around quite so quickly. I think it would be fair to say at that time there were a few pitchforks out. There were a few people vying for change, and they really weren't very happy with the performances on the field, which I think was was justified with how Kent started. But trusting the process, really investing in this squad of players, backing Adam Hollyoak. And they really have been a force to be reckoned with in the second division of the county championship for the remainder of that 2026 season. And on complete merit, find themselves in second place, vying for a return to the top flight.
It's been a few seasons now for both of these two counties, hasn't it? Since they are last in Division 1, so they'll be desperate for different reasons as well.
Flicked away off the hip by Vasconcelos. Grant Stewart will keep it down to the single. Will be the end of the over. Another good one from Matt Milnes. Vasconcelos will keep the strike, and by the looks of it, that's going to be tea. Stroke of 4 o'clock. Players will make their way off. So the mini session here for Northamptonshire. Yes, they couldn't have won much, but they have successfully navigated it and negotiated it through till this tea break here on day 2. Is Vasconcelos on 6, Luke Proctor on 5. Northamptonshire 11 for no loss in a deficit of 334 from Kent's first innings of 345. So as the players make their way off and the umpires do so for a nice cup of tea, you and I will do the same, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes for the evening session.
Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Welcome back to our coverage on Steelbacks TV, where we are just about ready to get underway in the evening session on day 2. Northamptonshire unscathed at the end of the afternoon session. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor seeing the home side through to 11 without loss after 5 overs. It will be Keith Dudgeon to kickstart proceedings from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The aforementioned Vasconcelos, the man on strike, currently on 6 not outs. Listening to the voices of myself, Aaron Viles and Dan Jadzovics. Here we go then. Dudgeon it will be to his fellow countryman Vasconcelos. Starts off by conceding a single. Welcome back, Dan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me back. What an honour it is to come back into the commentary box. You nearly locked me out, didn't you? But managed to get myself back in, which was great. Floodlights are on. It's a little bit of a change, maybe slight advantage to the Kent Seamers here. And the breeze has almost certainly picked up. I think it's unsure of the direction it wants to blow in, but there's definitely a stronger breeze at the moment. But a very, very heavy shower passing north of us, which we can see as we poke our head outside of the commentary box door, can't we? Which hopefully the breeze is blowing in the other direction. Always a good sign when you can just see the ground staff relaxing in the T20 Blast dugouts. If they're panicking and clambering into action and racing towards tractors, then you know you're in trouble, because nobody knows the weather at the grounds better than the ground staff.
Good stop by Ben Compton.
And at the minute, they paint the picture of a very, very calm and relaxed quartet.
They certainly do. Just looking down towards the tractor, though, a couple of the ground staff are there, just in case.
Oh, Aaron, why have you ruined it?
Just in case.
I'm bringing the positive, the positivity to Steelbacks TV. Yeah, no. it's gonna be a lottery, isn't it, this afternoon or this evening?
Good leave by Luke Proctor.
A lot of the other games around the country have been disturbed and interfered with the weather through the day. They're back on at Edgbaston by the looks of it, which is great news. Nottinghamshire currently 177.5, although now have lost a lot of time in that fixture. Raining up at Chester Le Street in that Division 2 clash between Durham and Gloucestershire, so no change there.
Appeal for Keith Dudgeon. Quite a few animated Kent fielders out there, but the standing umpire not agreeing with that latest shout.
Good appeal, wasn't it? I think that hit Luke Proctor very hard into the thigh pad. A tee down at Hove, Somerset 24 for no loss. Tee at Scarborough as well. Yorkshire bowled out for 263. Essex have lost another couple of wickets. They're 248 for 7 now, so they have a lead of 65 against Surrey at Chelmsford. That's currently T2. Ground delay at Worcester, as Lancashire 162 for 9 against Worcestershire in the other Division 2 game. The game at Cardiff, very, very, very slowly moving along. It's raining again, but Glamorgan are 149 for 9. So they do trail Hampshire by just 13 runs now. So they've done very well to get themselves back up to that kind of number. Still raining, or it's a ground delay at least at Derby. So 79 for 3 there for Derbyshire. And Pakistan in a significant spot of bother. They're 110 for 9 as it stands. Azan Awais, the latest to depart, for 46. Imam ul Haq, well, that might be it for the innings, to be fair, because Imam ul Haq was due to open and has slid all the way down the order, carded at number 11 with a with a calf injury. They still trail by 180. And extras, the second top scorer in the innings.
Wow.
46 for Azan Owais, 20 for extras, 16 for Sawad Shakil, and single figures for everybody else.
Yeah, that is rough, that, isn't it? So Proctor, the man, back on strike after that single from Vasconcelos. And driven gun barrel straights by the Northamptonshire captain beyond the reach of Matt Milnes. And that will race away for 4 downtown. Milnes for a split second interested, maybe, for what would have been a difficult caught and bowled chance. But Proctor guided it well enough beyond the bowler to get it to the boundary rope. Milnes bowling nice areas here, as we've grown accustomed to really over the course of his career, even going back to his days at his home county of Nottinghamshire. Was born in Nottingham itself, really made a name for his own career though in Kent, and especially that T20 Blast win in 2021. He was quite simply marvellous throughout that campaign. Very full shouts of catch. It's gone beyond the slips and will go for 4 more. Slightly fortuitous, admittedly, for Luke Proctor, but runs are runs. Northamptonshire move on to 21 without loss.
I don't think it carried, did it? Straight along the floor. Tuanda Mayeye just couldn't stop it. Further update from Lords. Imam ul Haq absent in the batting lineup. So Pakistan's first innings complete for 110. And tea has been taken at Lords.
Tell you what, this is a really challenging and probing over from Matt Milnes. Proctor just needs to calm down a little bit. Just takes a moment. It's a wise thing to do, just walks over towards square leg. Not used to seeing Luke Proctor fencing and prodding and poking. Usually a very confident and assured presence in the middle. Leaves well to round out the 7th over. So Northamptonshire remain 21 without loss. Still trail Kent by 324 runs. A reminder of how the bonus points were split in that first innings. Well, it was 3-2 in favour of the hosts. Northamptonshire getting the maximum of 3 bowling bonus points. Kent getting 2 batting bonus points for their total of 345. So a really good morning / early afternoon start really for Northamptonshire. They'll be hoping for more success with the bat in hand. Here is Keith Dudgeon.
And it's dragged them 1 spot closer, hasn't it? 1 point closer, in fact, to Kent in the table. Current difference now, Kent on 141 points and Northamptonshire on 138. Worryingly, Kent 32 points behind Durham. That gap at the top of the table. 31 points, apologies. 34-point difference between Northamptonshire and Durham from 1st to 3rd place.
And dare I say, it's one which will probably grow come the end of this weekend, because you look at Durham's position, the only thing that's really stopping them is the rain. They lead by 160, currently 297 for 7 after 69 overs against Gloucestershire. But then again, you think back to that run-in next week, it is Northamptonshire versus Durham. So the gap could well close. It will take a real team effort. Durham have been the front runners throughout the competition. You look from 1 to 11, it is a staggeringly strong side on paper. But cricket isn't played on paper. And that is what Northamptonshire have to think. They've pulled out some really big results this season, not only in the county championship, but of course in the T20 Blast as well. They've got to go into that with full self-belief and confidence that they can get a positive result.
Yeah, confidence is going to be incredibly high, isn't it, in the dressing room for Northamptonshire? Yes, of course, there's a big kind of thing of that Nathan McSweeney will be leaving to get back to Australia ahead of the Sheffield Shield season. In preparation for that, on the instruction or the request of Cricket Australia. But it does mean that Harry Conway comes back, and that new ball opening partnership between Sanderson and Conway is a very, very tantalising prospect. It will require somebody else in the batting lineup to take that opportunity and step up in the absence of McSweeney.
Just on that point of McSweeney, because again, we saw a fantastic bit of broadcasting from Ricky Ponting the other day, who actually argued his case for going into that Australian test side. Do you think that could be a reason why he's been recalled a little bit earlier?
I think it's certainly something. It's cards that I'm sure Cricket Australia would like to have the option of playing. I think after that Bangladesh series, which was of course 1-1, the assessment of Marnus Labuschagne in particular was very damning, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of confidence from any of the ex-professionals with regards to Marnus Labuschagne's inclusion in this test side for Australia going forward. And a couple of big series coming up as well against South Africa and India. They really will want to get their house in order for that. They, of course, moved on or dropped Jake Weatherald after that first test match to bring back Matt Renshaw. Is that a long-term play? I think if, to speak specifically about Nathan McSweeney, if the recall is there, which I hope it is for him, that he does get to bat in the middle order. And it's not a, would you mind going opening again? Because it didn't quite work for him the first time around, did it?
No, I'd completely agree. The fact is, if you're going to play him, he needs to play to his strengths. And that, for me, probably is in that middle order. Obviously, you're not going to dislodge someone like Steve Smith. You can't do that. But getting more towards the top to middle, I think that would definitely be a better suited location for him compared to what we saw in those first 3 matches for him. Oh, shout of catch it. Not taken by any of the Kent fielders. They weren't quite in close enough. Just patrolling there in the slips cordon. Fielder at backward point as well.
What do you think? Is that something you've given a bit of thought to?
Yeah.
You think there's a really good chance?
Absolutely.
I think the question, or the other question would be, without going into too much detail, but who else? Or what would be their other, what would Australia's other options be?
Turned away by Luke Proctor for one more. Well, that's the next question, isn't it? Saw some shouts of Cooper Connolly. I'm not 100% sure on that just yet. I think he's still got to do more in the first class format before he can really get that opportunity to nail down a spot in, well, say first class cricket for Australia, test match cricket for Australia, of course. But yeah, I think for me, McSweeney has to be up there. He has to be, especially if he does have a good start to the season in Australia itself. I think there's a lot to like. And of course, he's got the full backing of Darren Lehman. As was shown on social media, immediately jumped to his defence when a couple of the ex-Australian legends turned around and said, well, he might not be the answer. Darren Lehman straight away came in and fought his case. He really is a really talented player. And I know that some people might say, well, these runs have come in Division 2, but I just think he's very technically sound. He's someone who's a leader. He's someone who enjoys those almost pressure moments. And it's a rare thing to see that. Someone else who immediately springs to mind when discussing that style of play would be Carver Rayner. I always think we see the best of the South African keeper when the chips are down and his side need him. McSweeney's that kind of bloke. He's that kind of fella. He's that kind of cricketer. So, yeah, for me, I think he's got to be in the mix. Down the leg side. Well, there were shouts, but it's been dropped by Chris Benjamin. I don't think there was any bat on that whatsoever. Sounded very paddy from the left-hander.
Didn't have a great noise to it, did it, as it went past Ricardo Vasconcelos? As it is, it doesn't matter because it went down anyway, but when it's not a lot happening, you've got to create your own theatre. You've got to create your own moments. Slight change in the field for Kent. Yeah, they've got a catcher in front of square now. Daniel Bell-Drummond that is just off the cut strip at short mid-off. That ball just holds, doesn't it? A fraction in the surface. It's not coming off or not skidding onto the bat nicely. Just playing a card here, or it's lasted one delivery anyway as Daniel Bell-Drummond moves into the leg side now, but hoping that the ball just holds in the surface, and Luke Proctor's a little bit early on it.
Proctor dropping the bat confidently on that latest delivery. It was this side of the ground as well where we did see James Sales just get a couple to just slow in the surface. It almost caught Ben Compton completely unawares as it almost spiraled up and spooned a potential catching chance, which ultimately evaded James Sales to his right. But yeah, we haven't seen the excessive movement off the surface itself, have we? It's just gripped a little bit. Short ball by Dudgeon. Just going back on to Jake Wedderald as well, of course. He's going to be gracing county cricket again next season, isn't he? Signed, I believe, on an all-season deal at Warwickshire. With the Ashes, you imagine that quite a few of those maybe more fringe Australian players will come over and get those deals. Of course, for Northamptonshire, McSweeney confirmed back for next year, which is great news. Really does have the makings of being a firm fan favourite. Also a valuable addition in the leadership department as well. Full driven, parried away by Grant Stewart. Well, we spoke about James Sales' Pickford style earlier. Grant Stewart, like Gianluigi Buffon.
Wonderful.
Or Donnarumma.
Or Donnarumma. Your choice. Take your pick.
Oh, for me, it's got to be Gigi Buffon. Has to be.
Iconic.
What a man.
Iconic. As is Grant Stewart. Some iconic innings for Grant Stewart. So good to watch him play for Italy in the T20 World Cup earlier this year. It feels like an age ago, doesn't it, that happens?
It does. All slightly squared up was Luke Proctor. Vasconcelos thinks about jogging down to the striker's end. That's going for 4 runs. No protection down at deep third. In the end, will be scooped up and returned back to the field of play. So it's a boundary to round out the 10th over. Northamptonshire are 26 without loss.
Yeah, been a good start to this, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Still in that position, really, where they just need to make sure they don't make the mistakes. in between now and whenever the end of day 2 comes about, starting to get very, very gloomy overhead here.
Almost has a similar feel to what we saw yesterday in that evening session. The floodlights are on. Looking at the overheads, there is a blanket of dark grey cloud overhead. Yeah, it's almost a sense of deja vu. But instead of Compton and Crawley, it's Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor. Big shout here for Matt Milnes. A few of the Kent fielders up in appeal. Milnes cannot believe it.
Neither can Zach Crawley, neither can Chris Benjamin, neither can Toanda Muyeye. It was a very, very good team appeal, wasn't it? On that LBW for Ricardo Vasconcelos.
No run available there for the Northamptonshire pair. Yeah, it's definitely gone quite a bit darker overhead. Challenging spell coming up here.
Very, very close LBW call that on Ricardo Vasconcelos. Excellent, excellent delivery from Matt Milnes. And a really good spell of bowling here from the pair of these two Kent openers. Maybe Vasconcelos getting the benefit of the doubt with impact, maybe. But in equal measure, you would not have been surprised, I don't think, if the umpire had raised his finger on that one. Great appeal.
Fallen squeezed away by Vasconcelos. Down towards deep backward point. Ekant Singh will do the fielding. 2 more runs to the Northamptonshire total. They look to eat into this deficit. Still above 300. Reminder, Kent were bowled out for 345 in their first innings. Well flicked away by Vasconcelos, down towards deep backward square. Grant Stewart, casual one-hand pick up and throw. We'll limit that to just 2. So at the end of the 11th over, Northamptonshire are 30 without loss. Luke Proctor unbeaten on 18. Ricardo Vasconcelos also out there on 12.
Yeah, good start for Northamptonshire. I'd just like to say here, this is going to be a really tricky part of game management here for the 2 umpires. Because the speed at which these overheads are moving, you could be forgiven for getting a bit carried away with the light here. I mean, the artificial light at the moment, and I wouldn't want them to go off in the slightest because cricket has a terrible way of not helping itself on regular occasions. But at the present moment, you can see those 4 shadows or multiple shadows casting off from the feet of the fielders, can't you, in the different directions. We had that game here against Middlesex earlier this year that we really got shortchanged because of the bad light. But also the speed at which it's moving across, you could see yourself going off, similar to what we did with that rain shower earlier on today, and all of a sudden going, well, actually, we're okay to get going again now. It's going to be a challenge for the umpires in this evening session. Just to manage this game and this fixture. And it is very similar to last night. Kent had to bat through it. And on another day, you wouldn't have been surprised, I don't think, if the umpires had brought their live meters out yesterday evening and had a little inspection and a read to see what they wanted to do. But tricky conditions here. And a very, very good, high-quality opening spell here from Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon. 30 for no loss, Northamptonshire.
When you think about it, there haven't really been too many looseness, have there, from these two? When you look at the boundaries that have been scored, a couple off the edge, one which was just deflected away down to deep third. It's not as though there's been plenty of almost width and easy opportunities for scoring here. Vasconcelos and Proctor, they haven't had the chance to properly open up the arms. A bit like that.
Yeah, speak of the devil.
A bit like that.
It won't be far away. It was short and wide from Dudgeon. It wasn't far away from the fielder there at point. Proctor got on top of it, got it down early, got it down quickly. And does pick up the boundary. He moves up to 22 now.
I think that's what we call in the industry a commentator's curse. That was always going to happen, wasn't it? Bound to happen after all of that build-up. It's probably one of the first real poorer deliveries we've seen from Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, I mean, the pair in the middle here will be hoping that they can get through this opening spell and salvo of Dudgeon and Milnes, and then hope that life gets a little bit easier against Grant Stewart, Akansh Singh, Matt Parkinson later in the piece. Just going to get the two umpires come together here and have a look at the ball on request of Grant Stewart and Daniel Bell-Drummond. Was hit very, very hard, wasn't it? Crashed into those boundary boards down there in front of the signal box. Maybe just taken a little bit of a lump out of it, gone out of shape slightly. It all looks very uncrickety out there at the moment, doesn't it? The Northamptonshire Tudor Rose flag clinging onto the flagpole as the breeze picks up.
Also seen a lovely moment down in Chelmsford. Dean Elgar, a Centurion. Really nice to see. Of course, we've had that news this week that at the end of the season, he's retiring from professional cricket. He's now out for 113. Essex 9 wickets down for 269, but would be nice to see him finish off what has been a glorious career with a good few more knocks.
Exceptionally talented cricketer. Dean Elgar, if you say somebody that certainly deserves to go out on a high. Have we got any other updates around, or have we got more weather-affected games? Are they back on at Lord's? I know they took tea. Yeah, just started.
Yeah, indeed they are. Other than that, though, quite a few delays, unfortunately. Aside from that game in Chelmsford, I think there's only 2 other matches. Yep, indeed there are. Somerset flying down in Hove, actually. They've already erased their deficit of 48. They're currently 55 with that loss in the 15th over. And Nottinghamshire also going decently at Edgbaston.
Oh, a beauty. A real beauty from Keith Dudgeon. The change of angle, creating just a little moment at the end of the over. Can't believe that Luke Proctor's not nicked it. 12 done, 34 for no loss. And there'll be a lot of people tuned into Stillbacks TV, really hoping there that Emilio Gay can go and get a nice score down at the home of cricket in that second innings. You're already starting to see some of the articles, some of the opinions. I don't necessarily think he's under pressure. I don't buy into that yet, but certainly others are getting their pens and papers out, starting to put a bit of pressure on the England opener.
Yeah, if you were to ask for my opinion on that, Dan, I think it's far too early. I really do. his first test summer. Can't really be affording to go, oh, well, he's not ready, this, that, the other. We haven't really seen enough of him. At least that's just my view, but yeah, I would hope he'd get more of a chance.
Milnes continues. Vasconcelos has an answer at the moment. Just on 12. Watchful start here for both Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor. I think with that time lost on the first day, those 2 full sessions, Northamptonshire taking any form of weather forecast out of the equation, if they're going to be successful here, would need to bat once, wouldn't they? They won't get the time, I don't think, to get 2 innings. Proctor and Vasconcelos trying to lay that foundation. Couple of runs turned off the hip. Milnes frustrated with himself. This allows that scoreboard to tick over once again. 36 for no loss.
Yeah, a little bit of a gimme that for Vasconcelos.
Excellent Yorker. Excellent Yorker from Matt Milnes. Always hard to know in first-class cricket whether that's accidental or not, but very, very well directed. I think we might be about to get a change in the field for Kent here. Bit of company for Vasconcelos in and around the crease there. One of the fielders going off to get the shin pads on and the helmet on.
Yeah, it's Ben Compton. Just seeing the number 2 there.
Two slips in the gully in place for Kent here as we get towards the end of this Matt Milnes over from the David Capel end. Catcher in there at short mid-wicket. Shorter ball down the leg side. Good take by Benjamin.
Yeah, real swish, wasn't it, by Vasconcelos? Just looking out there, Ben Compton almost ready. So it might just be a short but sweet appearance for Bertie Foreman, the subfielder. Nice to see him back in county cricket as well, might have just add. Yes, not in the starting 11 for this game, but getting that short-term deal at Kent, formerly of Sussex. And actually at the start of this season, wasn't playing too far away for Buckinghamshire in the national counties. So always happy to see Bertie getting those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Compton's back on with the shin pads on and the couple of helmets. Keith Dudgeon's going off, so that'll be the end of his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Daniel Bell-Drummond stood there with Matt Parkinson. We're going to get a spell of spin. So first change here for Daniel Bell-Drummond is to go to the leg spinner of Matt Parkinson. No Grant Stewart, no Akansh Singh. How does that make you feel?
Well, you're kind of asking the wrong person because I love spin bowling and they will have seen what Chahal and Harrison were able to do, and especially against openers, I always think that spin's actually quite a nice option. So if Parkinson can get this ball to turn, as Harrison did from this the Lynn Wilson centre, and then I think it could be quite a nice move. Just needs to land it though. You look at the averages, has been a little bit of a difficult season for Parkinson. 7 wickets at 68.42, but got those match-winning wickets against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors. Here he is then.
First slip, catcher in at short leg. And there is turn. Proctor, who is a proficient player of spin, turns him into the leg side. Now this matchup slightly more intriguing. Vasconcelos, you'd say, a lot more comfortable against the seam-up bowlers rather than the twirlers. Oh, and that has really gripped, isn't it? It's gone down the leg side towards fine leg. There will be a couple of runs on the scoreboard. Eye on the umpire. But it's gone as runs. So tickled round the corner by Vasconcelos. 39 for no loss.
Wry smile on the Boltonian. Sigh of relief as well for Chris Benjamin. Won't go against him as buys.
Vasconcelos on the sweep. Powerful in front of square. Gets the boundary. Puts Parkinson under a bit of pressure. Takes the score into the 40s. I think we might be getting Grant Stewart to have a spell from the David Capel end as well. I've just seen him started to warm up beneath us here in the commentary box.
Yeah, can we just appreciate that shot from Ricardo Vasconcelos, because he has nailed that. Absolutely crunched it away on the sweep.
Brings about an immediate field change as well. Two fielders out there on the leg side on the sweep now for Vasconcelos, and Daniel Bell-Drummond himself moves across to the leg side to try and shore up that side of the ground. So are we against the spin if Vasconcelos tries to take on Matt Parkinson? I'm hoping that's just the breeze through the effects mic there and not a bit of thunder in the background.
It was the door.
Oh, it was the door, was it? Thank goodness for that.
Yes, yeah, it was not thunder. Thankfully, it wasn't. Yeah, we had some terrible thunderstorms, didn't we, yesterday? Thankfully, it hasn't been the same today. And actually, the worst of the cloud appears to have drifted overhead.
More company in the middle. Leg slip in place now with Proctor back on strike. Nice end to the over. 44 for no loss after 13.
Yep, looks like there's been an early wickets in England's second innings as well. Ben Duckett's dismissed for 1 from 6 by Khurram Shahzad. So the 3 lines, 4 for 1 in the 3rd over in this, the 2nd test of the series. As for the other games taking place in the county championship, I don't believe there have been any further wickets. Essex still 9 down in Chelmsford, leading Surrey by almost 100 runs. Nottinghamshire still going pretty decently at Edgbaston as well. The East Midlands side 207 for 5, with Joe Clark closing in on a century. And as you said, Dan, it will be Grant Stewart, the Italian international, with ball in hand from the David Capel end.
Yeah, good spell from Matt Milnes that spanned the tea break. 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. Big LBW appeal against Vasconcelos, but gets replaced by Grant Stewart. Starts very nice delivery outside off stump. 44 for no loss after 14 overs. You say it looks like we've navigated that first batch of rain clouds that have just passed us on the south here of Cinch County ground. Nice shot, glorious shot, stylish from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Top of the bounce, punched past the fielder there, Sam Northeast at extra cover. Very, very nice looking for.
Yep, bread and butter, isn't it, for Vasconcelos? Tends to be a real strong area of scoring for the Southport. So moves Northamptonshire closer to the 50.
Oh, a beauty. A real beauty in response. That's a great stop by Zach Crawley. It fell a long way short of the Kent opener at first slip. Hopefully he's okay. That looked very, very painful. Saved a couple of runs for certain. The score moves on to 49 for no loss.
Yeah, still ringing the wrist, isn't he? It's the left wrist for Zach Crawley. Definitely a bit of a painful one.
Start to this spell in the over here for Grant Stewart. Yeah, conceded the boundary, but created a couple of moments. That bit of extra pace that he possesses. Bowls a bit of a heavier ball than Matt Milnes. Just extracting something slightly different out of this surface. Making the most of current overhead conditions as well. Nice shot to end the over as well. Half stopped at extra cover by Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he isn't able to stop Northamptonshire, bringing up the 50 in their first innings. It's 50 for no loss. Vasconcelos on 26, Luke Proctor on 24 as we get to the end of the 15th over, and a very, very good start to this first innings for Northamptonshire.
Certainly is. Yep, 50 partnership to kickstart the innings. Very, very good indeed. So it will be a continuation here for Matt Parkinson. So far, they have negotiated the Kent bowling attack pretty well, especially after a couple of early half scares.
They have indeed. Matt Parkinson's getting a bit of turn out of the surface, which you'd expect. The pair of them have played him pretty well so far. It was a sublime sweep shot by Vasconcelos in Parkinson's first over. Uses his feet this time and well stopped by Parkinson. You can certainly see it's changed the game, hasn't it? The introduction of Matt Parkinson. Vasconcelos not prepared to let the leg spinner bowl at him. Wants to impose himself. Oh, it's gone down. Never, ever an easy catch at short leg. But it has gone there on the full to Ben Compton. All about the reactions, isn't it? Can you react quick enough? Compton couldn't in that instance. Counts, though. Vasconcelos gets a life. Uses his feet in response and just bludgeons him down the ground. Over northeast at mid-on. Gets a boundary. Moves to 30.
Yeah, it's one of those which is quite frustrating for the bowler, isn't it? Admittedly, it's a very difficult chance. They're never easy at short leg. It's essentially just reactions and reflexes. You don't have too much control over it, but to get biff for a boundary the very next ball.
Yeah, and there's a big win there for Ricardo Vasconcelos as well, because it has led to Kent pushing that fielder back at mid-on. So it was a calculated risk by Vasconcelos. It might have looked a bit too risky early on in the play, but what he's been able to do is push northeast back at mid-on and just allow that single to become slightly more straightforward down towards mid-on. Proctor this time turning it into the leg side. Will be a leg by. but that is a shot that he is very, very proficient at.
Quick update from Chelmsford. Sorry, Dan. Essex all out for 279. So they will lead Surrey by 96 heading into the third innings of that game. Play set to resume and around about 5:10. So Surrey will be batting again in less than 10 minutes.
Another wicket at Lords as well. 14 for 2. Ben Duckett 1. Jordan Cox dismissed for 11. LBW off the bowling of Karam Shahzad. So Emilio Gay still there. North off 5. Joe Root in at number 4 early, as you'd expect. Just got off the mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the first time we've said that, is it? Even so, England's in quite the imperious position, given that first innings lead. It was 180 exactly, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, bowled Pakistan out for 110, and by all accounts, assuming that injury to Imam or Haq is as serious as what it seems to be, that will have an impact on that fourth and final innings, won't it, for Pakistan, if they're only able to bat with 9 or 10. 57 for no loss here. Floodlights well and truly on. 2 slips here for Kent as well with Grant Stewart. This ball's still relatively new, 16 overs old. At the minute, Vasconcelos and Proctor have an answer. Nicely played. Slight misfield by Ekansh Singh will allow Proctor to come back for the seconds. Made good ground to get round to it. Was always going to be second favourite to the ball, to be fair. Proctor adds a brace, 59 for no loss. Ooh, spicy delivery from Grant Stewart. Not seen many of those, have we? Really misbehave off the surface. That's really popped at the captain, Luke Proctor, who plays it really nicely, but that glove, that hand will be just stinging a little bit at the end of the over. 59 for no loss.
Yeah, slightly uncomfortable, wasn't it, for the Northants captain? Thankfully, no damage done. Update as well from New Road, where thankfully players back underway in that game between Worcestershire and Lancashire. The Red Rose in a bit of a pickle, though, on 168 for 9. Tom Bailey and Tom Aspinwall, the 2 men out there in the middle. Joe Clark has also brought up a century at Edgbaston. And Somerset's are still no wickets down for 72. After 19 overs, that important game against Sussex on the south coast. Our attention firmly on proceedings in Northampton, though. It's a fascinating passage of play, this, isn't it? It feels very much like day one.
It does. Vasconcelos again, fielded down there, but he's got all of it this time. All the way for 6 for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Really, really putting Matt Parkinson under pressure here. The powerful left-hander who's having a very, very good championship campaign in 2026. He moves to 37. And again, will be another question, won't it, for Daniel Bell-Drummond with regards to his bowling options.
Just going back to that point of Vasconcelos' season, has now surpassed 700 runs for the campaign. So heading into this one, 685 runs at 45.66. Has scored 4 scores above 100. One of which, of course, was against Kent in Canterbury, 127. Here's what the South African scored in that particular fixture back in April. Just having a really good season across formats. Let's not forget it was his innings on finals day which very much set up the success for the Steelbacks as well.
A very, very important part of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club across all 3 formats. 65 for no loss, 18 overs complete in this innings. Stewart to continue from the David Capel end. There really is a tactic here, isn't there, for Northamptonshire to put Parkinson under pressure. It's 3 overs, 0 for 20 for the leg spinner. Trying to make Daniel Bell-Drummond do something he doesn't want to do. Stewart bowls an absolute beauty.
Big difference in the composition of the teams as well. When you think of Northamptonshire, yes, they had their 2 out-and-out wrist spinners, but had Luke Proctor wanted to have, let's say they could have had a little bit of tap from the Kent batters. You've got the likes of Saif Saib and Nathan McSweeney. Even though we haven't seen Bartlett bowl this season, he would be an option with his right arm off break. So, yeah, for Parkinson, he is the out-and-out spin option. The rest of it is very much a trial by seam.
Yeah, very different makeup. I posed that question to you, didn't I, in that first innings about the potential inclusion of Bertie Foreman as another spin bowling option for Kent. They looked at it, they saw it a different way, which is completely fair enough. But it definitely turned. There's definitely spin on offer here at the Cinch County ground. And when you've got Chahal and Harrison in your side, kind of expected to do so, wouldn't you? 65 for no loss. He played again by Luke Proctor, but another bit of theatre from Stewart and Crawley. Just hear somebody's Friday night getting fired up in Northampton. Some heavy bass driving down Wantage Road. Oh, another absolute beauty from Stewart, and another one that doesn't carry into the cordon. Really well stopped again by Zach Crawley at first slip. Just something to notice, and I don't want to say this and kind of claim to be wise after the event here. And I think they're about to change on the kind of the instruction and the note of Sam Northeast. But the Northamptonshire slip cordon were very, very close through that first innings. I know Ben Sanderson, there'll be a big change of pace between Sanderson and Stewart. But there's been 3 now that have gone through to that Kent slip cordon that have been a long way short of carrying. They have now taken the opportunity to go a couple of paces further forward, so much so that Tawanda Miyeye at second slip has got the helmet on.
Well, we saw it, didn't we, with the Kent innings? The Northamptonshire slips were a lot closer than usual. not only closer together, but as you mentioned, closer to the action itself. They're taking a few strides forward compared to what we usually see.
Good spell of bowling this from Grant Stewart. Not able to build the pressure as a pair, but Grant Stewart certainly playing his part.
It's a continuation for Matt Parkinson. None for 20 from his 3 overs so far. Hasn't quite offered the control that his side were looking for. But we know with Parkinson, he's that kind of bowler. He really gives it a good rip from the hand. Can change those figures very quickly. Vasconcelos once again confident with the footwork. 1 run down towards Sam Northeast at long on.
Yeah, and he's earned himself the right, hasn't he, to take that single down to long on with those boundaries down the ground. Luke Proctor possibly wouldn't be looking at the same option here. Maybe looking at that turn around the corner.
Well, Proctor does advance and plays it rather proficiently along the turf for 1 more. Yeah, we've seen a couple with Proctor. He's just looked to almost nudge and nurdle, hasn't he, down the leg side. Of course, Ben Compton is there under the lid. That short leg, providing one of those just doesn't quite have the correct angle.
Yeah, it's a very, very Luke Proctor shot, almost to walk across it. Just turn it round into the leg side. Change of angle here for Parkinson. So it'll be a little reset for Vasconcelos. Slightly different challenge. Might not get the ball to turn quite as much on the angle, but may feel as though he gets a little bit more protection. 4 men out on the boundary rope for Kent. Deep extra cover, long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. So they certainly have one eye on the scoreboard here. Vasconcelos advances. Well bowled Matt Parkinson. Something about the cat and mouse of leg spin bowling, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely.
It's captivating, it's fascinating.
I'd just say that with general spin, full stop.
Very quick single take, and Proctor does react.
It does almost feel like its own separate game, doesn't it? Obviously, when you think of the rock and roll stars of cricket, they are the express pace and speedsters, but it's almost like the chess grandmasters are the spinners.
I think particularly the wrist spinners, with the variety, with the variations that are available there. You've got your, obviously the finger spinners are fairly stock, aren't they? But there's something about just the charisma, I think, of a wrist spinner that you don't get from any other type of bowler. You get that real kind of drift and dip, the revolutions they're able to put on the ball, the ability to turn it both ways. Fascinating to watch. End of another one, 20 overs done. Northamptonshire 68 for no loss.
Indeed they are. Still trail by 277. Kents were bowled out for 345 in their first innings. Just looking at that game down in Chelmsford, that's quite a fast start for Surrey. 20 without loss in the second over. Yeah, it feels more like a blast game, that. Rory Burns, 15 from 8.
Oh, strike rate.
There you go. Here's Grant Stewart then. 2 slips in the cordon, neither of whom will be needed as he has a shy at the striker's end. But that is a huge game. Massive, especially for Surrey. If Surrey were to lose that, and let's say Leicestershire get a positive result in Scarborough, well, the Foxes will be breathing down the necks of the Brown Caps. Somerset also going very well in Hove, 91 without loss after 22 overs against Sussex. Tom Lammonby and Josh Thomas, both in the 40s. Vasconcelos shuffles, can't quite get it beyond Ekansh Singh at backward points. They have just gone off for bad light, though, up in Scarborough, with Leicestershire on 12 without loss. Lank still batting at New Road on 180 for 9. England still 2 down at Lords, 19 for 2 to be exact in the 7th over. Lead now pushing towards 200 for the series hosts. Just see the breeze beginning to pick up once more. The vegetation, the foliage out to our left. Just swaying in the extra wind. Important to note that the floodlight's still on. The overheads are brightened up a little bit, but it's still not the bright, brilliant blue sky we saw around about 11 o'clock this morning. Thankfully, though, we haven't had too much interruption today after what was a heavily truncated day one.
Yeah, I think compared to a lot of the others, we've been very lucky, haven't we? Through the course of the day here. You kind of keep looking up, don't you, just to see how long our luck might last for. But at the moment, all happy to continue here.
Very nice over that from Grant Stewart. Still wicketless, has only conceded the 8 runs though, and that was his second maiden bowled. So Northamptonshire remains 68 without loss, still trail by 277. And we're going to have a change of bowler from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Matt Parkinson, the wrist spin has been replaced by the seam of Ekansh Singh. Well, I must admit, Dan, really does fill me with plenty of excitement. He's a really, really talented young all-rounder, is Ekansh Singh. And we spoke about the numbers earlier, so 12 wickets at 29.91, but he was bowling some properly nice deliveries in that win against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors. Unafraid to bang it in short. Here he is then against Luke Proctor. Looking to make an instant impact. Gets Proctor on the defence first up. Spoke about his game and his journey into professional cricket a little bit earlier on. He's from Orpington. That was his local cricket club down in London. He's also played more recently for Dartford and even more recently has played for Bexley. Very much a product of the Kent pathway. Joined the club when he was just 10 years of age. Although he's overstepped there. No ball. More runs to add to Northamptonshire's total. Home side 70 without loss. Quite scary to think, actually. We say that he's been at Kent since he was 10. That was only 2016.
All just starts to make you feel quite old, doesn't
Yeah,
it, when you
does.
hear those kind of numbers and years and ages.
Well, there are quite a few really promising youngsters in county cricket at the minute. Of course, Joe Moores up at Lancashire, 17 years of age.
Yeah, we got the pleasure to watch Joe Moores play here for Lancashire in the One Day Cup. Very, very exciting cricketer.
Good lead by Proctor.
I think looking at the activity of the ground staff, the way the umpire keeps peering up above us here in the commentary box, we might, hopefully won't, but might get a bit of a delay in a moment. Just going to go over here for Ekansh Singh. Bit of extra pace, which is nice to see. A nice point of difference here in this bowling attack for Kent. At Parkinson, an expensive spell, but a good tactical decision, I think, for Daniel Bell-Drummond to bring him into the attack early and really see if there was an opportunity to get one of the two openers out against the leggies.
A little bit of an adjustment in the field here. Ben Compton pushed out to deep backward point. Won't be needed though. Bit straighter by Ekansh Singh, and that is a dot ball to round out the 20 seconds. Northamptonshire are 70 without loss, and it's been a while since we've done a shout out here on the stream, Dan. So let's give a quick mention to Jim Wilson, an avid Kent supporter, originally from Northern Ireland, has been living in France for the past 14 years, so watching on from the Charente. Well, we hope you're enjoying your day, Jim. Indeed, that goes to everybody tuning in to the coverage. It's been a very fascinatingly poised game, I must say, because we've got so many almost side stories and narratives, as you do towards the business end of the season. And this is a key clash for both of these sides. Vasconcelos hammers it away with complete and utter conviction. That will go for 4 runs, muscled by the Northants opener.
A bit of a long hop from Grant Stewart. Wasn't really a bumper, was it? And also didn't really go full enough to get the respect it deserved. And Vasconcelos, very, very proficient on the back foot, was not going to miss out on that. 1 bounce for 74. He moves to 43.
Good stop by Ekansh Singh. There has been a 6th wicket to fall at Edgbaston as well. Lyndon James has been dismissed by Michael Booth. Nottinghamshire, the defending Division 1 champions, are 221 for 6. There's also been a wicket on the south coast. Somerset have lost their first in this, the second innings. They are 94 for 1. The confirmation on that wicket after this latest ball. So that was Josh Thomas, dismissed by Sean Hunt. Been in good form as Josh Thomas, scored 110 in the last game for Somerset, and well, he has been dismissed but scored 48 from 66. Wicket update as well from New Road, where Lancashire have been bowled out for 180 as we see the 2 umpires just convening here and pointing over towards the west of the ground, which of course is where the weather tends to come from.
Certainly when it's the bad weather. That's definitely the case. Umpires have called time for the time being. They've offered the light and the conditions, or they've not offered it, but they have taken the opportunity here to go off for bad light, give the ground staff an opportunity to get prepared for what could be a very, very heavy downpour, and the speed at which those ground staff and the team made their way out. You feel as though things might be getting quite serious quite quickly. So We will take a break here. 74 for no loss, Northamptonshire. We will keep you updated. We'll be back as soon as we possibly can. Umpires, you can see, taking the reading in the middle. We'll see you very soon.
Good evening from a very wet Cinch County ground where unfortunately we just have had the news that play has been abandoned for the day.